Communication, Session 1, Instructor, Bill Iverson.
Or constructive communication in speeches. I wrote down a couple of things here. Suppose I told Bill, I want you to make a 3-minute speech on why you think that steering wheels should be round. Okay. Really something. But I asked Gene over here to give a 2-minute speech on the most exciting thing that ever happened to him in an automobile. I take you might be a cop, I don't know. He said, look up, the most exciting thing besides when you were young and dating that ever happened to you. Now, you could call that a speech, and I could call that a speech, but really you'd be sharing an experience, see, while you are discussing some item of knowledge that may or may not interest anybody, including you. But there's one person this thing would interest him, it happened to him. And because of that, there's a possibility that it's going to communicate and involve other people. So, I think the nomenclature of many things that we do is wrong, and I think we're all interested in communication. And I'd just like to let us communicate a little bit, not be concerned about, well, let me say this, I'm a professor of urban sociology with what we do is get academic credit for kids from colleges all over the country, and they come to Newark. And they learn to think on their feet and understand sociology and all that on their feet. And I've just found out that my students read 3 times as many books, got a letter a day from one of them, when they get back. And a lot of it is because they learn orally to communicate and then began to discover that books said what they were beginning to think and articulate, and they kind of get excited. And communication, orally, and reading, and academics all go together. And academics is not really stuffing something in, like putting something in a computer and then getting it back out. That's not thinking. That's just what a computer can do. Why do we need people? Really communicate has a lot to do with the heart and the commitment of the person with his words, and who he really is, and that he doesn't just know something in his mind, it's a part of him. All of this has to do with communication. And my students seem to have gotten that, and then later on we discover they're pretty good communicators, and they never had a speech course. But I think a lot of it had to do with dialogue, and we learned to communicate what we wanted to, whether it's to one person or 1,000, to really communicate, because we work on the seminar level. Another thing, I don't know anything about the grading system or the degrading system used here. I have an idea, though, that there are people sitting up at the top of the English department, which is the umbrella we're under in this part of this course, who like very articulate grading. But as far as I'm concerned, if this particular course works on A, B, C, D basis, everybody has a B, all right, to begin with. You have a B. You don't. In other words, I want you to relax and not worry about grading, but to be concerned about becoming the best communicator you can. And just from meeting some of you people and looking at the type people we have here, I think we have people that are communicators. And you're going to get some credit that will go toward whatever you're going to do in the future, which might be making some money through this driver's education thing, which is a good thing. Love makes the world go around, but money greases the wheel. And this is going to be part of our study. How your communication can mean money. I think that's really important. I got a boy in college, 2 boys in college, a little girl of 3, and I know that if teaching or communicating is how I earn a living, I've got to do a good job of it. And you're communicating constantly what you're going to do. So you got a B, and you do good work, you get an A, and you have to really do lousy work to get a C. Because you know when you're growing up that a C to a lot of parents is like failure. You know, C is down there. So I don't even consider that a valid grade. I think just either do excellently or do okay or really lousy, you know, and it should be just about that way. So you got to be, you don't have to sweat and worry. You do excellent work, good work, you can make an A. And I think that's fair. And I think certainly with adults and people, you're not, I mean, it's your performance you're interested in, so on. So I'd like for us to communicate on a very simple level. And I don't know if you did this just in getting started yesterday or not. So for my sake, and I'm listening to how you communicate, we're going to listen to one another. Just kind of give me a feedback on what happened the first night, what y'all were doing and getting into this thing. So. Who wasn't here last night? Anybody? Everybody was here? Okay, good. Well, you're just going to help me out a little bit. Sure.
I think last night we were talking basically about the fundamentals of teaching and the importance of communicating the information to the student in a way so as to make him not only a safe driver, but one cognizant of the situation that he puts himself into so as to be able to not kill himself or other people on the highway.
Anything else? Yes.
So we learned that to teach the students, we should be ourselves. And it may be that the popular way of doing things is not the exact way that we're going to do these things. It may not be popular how we're going to teach the students. And some people may have strange ideas why we should use, for example, seat belts, or why we should make signals, and how changing ourselves will help us to teach the students how to drive safely. Also, there is in the course here points that were brought out regarding the course to help us to further on our knowledge, our studies from here. Like the introduction to business, sociology, how the school could help us. And we would be trained not only to teach, but we would be trained also with the knowledge to deal with these people business-like standpoint.
I think in last night's first night, school's first night last night, that what we touched on was briefly just about everything as far as driver's education is concerned. By that we talked a little bit about opening up your own school. We talked about the license. We talked about safety factors. We talked about going out on the road. And in general, what we did last night was really to get ourselves prepared for Thursday night, next Tuesday night, and the following Thursday night. And that's, again, we are trying to understand exactly what this means. Not only money, but I think the greatest thing is safety, as far as the driver's education is concerned.
I guess the scholarship is based on the fact that we kill 56,000 people a year, something like that. And They just like for more people to be adequate teachers.
Again, this reminds me of the commercial that Monroe Shock Absorber puts out. I don't know if you've ever seen it, where they have the accent. And he said that if Monroe Shock Absorbers, by putting them in, saves one life, they've accomplished something. And the same thing would apply here. If we can go through this course in the 2 years and know that you taught a person how to drive, or people how to drive, and when you got through it and you said, well, I don't have to worry about Bill or Dolores or Dennis, because they're going to be a good driver, and I did my most, the utmost, to make them a good driver. See? And if we could, if each and every one of us could save one life in the next 2 years through this program's worth it 100-fold.
Talking me into it. Yeah.
The additional thought was, I thought was very, pretty significant last night, was the fact that the instructor brought out the fact that that there are, it is a means of support or a means of livelihood to come to this business, but not to have the monetary view, or not to have that uppermost in the mind, but rather to also be looking forward to trying to help someone to learn how to execute the skill, the motor skill, in a manner that is going to save lives. This program is appropriate for, of course.
What do y'all think of that?
I'd like to add something to what Bill said. The monetary values. The monetary values are second. But if you do a good job, and you teach people how to drive properly, this money comes to you. I mean, you don't have to beat any drums. This money will come to you. People buy another person, by word of mouth. This is the best advertising you can get. You buy a book page, a yellow page, and advertise on your Star Logic. If you have a bunch of nothing, you want to do trying to teach people how to drive, forget it. And this is it. The money will come. Because, like I said, I'm here because I'm greedy. I tell you that last night.
Right.
He's an honest man.
And he also brought out for us to be unique within ourselves and not try to have myself behind you, again, as an instructor. To bring my own stuff out.
If anybody here tried to be like you, they'd have a hard time with it.
Yes, they would.
Okay. Well, that has an awful lot to do with communication as being yourself. Because what are you communicating? Words or the person? The medium is the message, they say, And you're the medium of communication. Being yourself is really important, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit tonight. All right, so this is one of the questions I was going to ask that we discuss, why I'm taking this driver's education course. And anybody wants to just add anything, why you're here? I mean, maybe it's very personal. You tell us, look, I need a second job, and this might become the first job. I don't know. I'm in a transition stage in my life. I've been training street workers for a few years, and I feel like this 2-year education is about where it's at to really get people into things, and I feel like maybe I ought to begin to move into it and devote myself to it. And then I had a big church in Newark as pastor. I started 7 churches. I'm Presbyterian, and I got tired of being boxed in. I felt something was going to happen in Newark way back in '63 and '4. So by '64, I conceived an idea that a luncheonette by a high school was a key to the sociometry of a community. You can understand everything in a little luncheonette with a jukebox and Cokes. Monsters eat things. Things go better with Cokes, So they must drink Cokes. So all those monsters coming into the luncheonette, everybody says, I don't want to have anything to do with kids. You just find out there that there's people who's really struggling. So the day I got the idea, I drove by this luncheonette by West Side High. I just couldn't get out of my mind, It's one place I'd been once, and really had a good rap with the kid. And in big red 2-foot letters it said luncheonette for sale. I was trapped. So I left my professional standing and got down under so I could get over. And down under the culture, when the Newark riots came, after I left the pastorate down at other end of the Broad, I started a Spanish congregation. It's very strong. And I could hardly speak Spanish, but I could communicate by eating a lot of arroz de pollo and by drinking some of that lousy coffee. Cafe Muy Malo. You know, that Puerto Rican coffee. But just visiting, and it's a strong congregation, the Iglesia Reformada Evangelica in Lincoln Park. But I felt that when Medical Tower went down the drain and industrial building and Essex County Hotel, I did the right thing to move out and get under the culture. So when the riots came, I was in that luncheonette, gave out 3,000 cups of coffee. I had my sleeping bag down there. I kissed my wife goodbye and spent 3 days, around Newark, and a few trips to the streets, just with people. Everybody met there and talked. And there weren't very many places in Newark you could do that on down. So I felt I was at the right place. But now everybody's gotten to the streets, and now they have to get back into the walls and get down to business, start learning things. See, I was out there and trying to build bridges, and so I'm moving back, and yet I bring with me what I've learned. So I'm making decisions about what I'm going to do, and I'm at a spot where I have to provide for my family at the same time. So I have to consider money, and I have to consider fulfillment. Does this fulfill me as a person? Like you seem enthusiastic about safety. You did too. And so, if you really feel you're helping somebody and you can make money, that's essential to life. It looks good to me. So I'm in transition, so maybe it might even be personal why you're here, but you can share it or not share it. That's your choice and that type of thing. But why are you taking this course? What's motivating?
Well, with me, it's personal. I work in a factory right now, and I'm not working in a factory. So far, it's in a way out or something like that. So I feel that if I take these, I'll probably leave the factory probably going to.
Are there many Puerto Rican people in this business or Spanish speaking? There are.
Well, I don't know. I'm not Puerto Rican myself.
Where?
I'm Mexican. And I only have 3 years here in Newark. 7 years in Connecticut. This is my first.
I would think that so many the people seem to quickly get cars. Portuguese people seem to too coming in, and that the language groups can do that and speak good English, so you can move in any direction.
Excuse me, I have a little cold. I was a little upset today. As far as the driver's school is concerned, first of all, I own a driving school. That's right, so I'm here because I'm greedy. In January, like I mentioned last night, in January, when I look around the room, I'll go over now, reveal all my plans. It's a small school, 3-car school, and I'm here, for money. And if I go through this, which means I can teach adult driving ed and maybe the Bloomfield school system or in the Essex County vocational school system. Thanks, adult. I'm a qualified and I'm a licensed instructor. Again, language barrier. Now the funny thing about it, I have in my car all the instructions in Spanish, and in Italian, although I speak Italian a lot better than I do Spanish, and some French. Now when I have someone that's Spanish, I take out the Spanish page. has somebody at the tag while they read with them a cup of coffee. Right? But in essence, we're generally Jose here, right? He is at the bottom of this whole thing. I'll tell you why. Because in the city of Newark, there is one school, or two schools, that teach the Spanish-speaking people. One is international, down Lake, and the other one is Pepys. They're in Elizabeth and down in North America. What they do, they advertise in the native tongue, which is good business. Right? If I was in a predominantly Italian neighborhood, we said this is use the expression, Little Italy in New York, I would advertise in the old pages in Italian, because this is where it is. I mean, go back when they migrated to this country. Right? Now, he is at the basis because there are so many that have this barrier that they wouldn't call me because I can only communicate so far with these people. I can tell them that the blunt is the steering wheel, the firm is the brake. Right? I can tell them that you go to the right, you go to the left, you go straight, you back up. Right? I mean, there's a certain amount I can explain to these people. Where my communication must be to people that are English speaking. Where his communication can be to the people that speak in his tongue. Right? Plus the fact that he speaks English very well. After being here only 7 years, gives me an awful lot of credit. Right? Which makes him, you know, where you really have it.
A good spot. Well, that's encouraging.
It's the same way with Bill and Dolores and Norman and
I'm Spanish, I'm Cuban.
yeah, you're Cuban, right? Same way with you, right? Now you also have this. Now Norman and Bill, they also have it. Because let's face it, I mean the thing is this. It is changing. Things have changed. In my geographical structure where I teach, let's call them WASP, Leverage, Montclair, Bluefield. Right? Now where Bill, I believe you're from Newark, right?
Yes.
Now where Bill is, right? Now he establishes in Newark, right? Now let's face it, now they know Bill's a black man, right? Now, when they get over and Bill advertises, right, they know Bill because he's down there. They see the address. They don't see 68 Washington Street, Bloomfield. They'll see 68 Washington Street, Newark. Then he gets over and he ties in his education that he received here with his ad in the yellow pages, right? And he can go and say, hey, this is the man we want because this guy graduated college, right? The heck with Taggart, or the heck with Wright, or anyone, or Allstate. Let's go to Bill. Let's go to Bill Holland. That's your name, right?
Right.
Let's go to Bill Holland. Let's go to Holland Driving School. Right? Because the thing is this, what actually happens is that the people are going to go where they can communicate. Now, Bill can communicate a lot better with a black person than I can. Although, I'll tell you one thing. I mean, I have a tremendous rapport with the black people. I really do. I mean, I get over, I mean, these people, when they call me, we talk to them, I kid them, I call them honey, and the whole bit. Right? Now, this is the thing. If you get into a car with a person that is black, or Cuban, or Mexican, right? And if you get over, the first thing you do, you get over, you draw a line. You say, oh, you know, this isn't WASP. Right? You know, you get over and I can care less, I'll sit back, not look at your legs, nothing to do what you want to do. They said, yes.
Well, a lot of that has happened, as I mentioned last night, behind women that I know as a fact that want to drive, but they don't appreciate the instructors that Taggart has. They have something. That's about 5 of us that I know of.
It's great. Yeah, she has a
Motorcycle
double
riders.
advantage.
You see,
Then
now,
there's motorcycle riders. Like, I ride motorcycles. They say I'm crazy, but I've been riding for 2 years. Now, there's a lot of women that want to ride bikes. There's 50 bikes in round that they have never been on. They bought the bike. They need someone to teach them. These are women, now, I'm not talking
Right.
about men.
Yeah.
And I learned on 316. But, like you say, you had a mishap with a bike. You can't teach a person how to ride a bike unless you know how to ride one.
Let me ask a question.
But as a woman, habits couldn't teach me anything.
Yeah. Each of you been listening, I think, can feel your uniqueness, what you're saying. Being yourself and being unique from who I've heard. You have your own, everybody is so different, and you have your own cultural viewpoint and way of looking at things. And out of the blue here, we're picking up a woman on a motorcycle. Excellent, that's a good market. This girl's smart. Her fun has turned into the possibility of making money. She loves bikes. My boys just went down to Carolina on a 350 and 450 to college. My mother cried all the way. But they made it.
Right.
Norm, anything you'd like to throw in there?
People don't allow me to get into this, becoming a driver instructor, becoming a classmate. And, one of the basic reasons I'm here is blood money. And another thing is that I don't like to pack my people around. I like driving, I like music. And so that's why I decided to go into that driver instructor. That's what I really like to do.
Good. And, okay, we'll catch on, Ricky.
Well, I'm in the real estate business, and we opened up an office down in Elizabeth, the Morris section there. This broker I'm working with is Irish, and he likes me, and I like him. And I went to school, finished schooling with got the school on the state test, got through in 8 months now. Sold about 8 houses. That's an achievement. And for a new seller. And there's about more than 20,000 Spanish-speaking people in Elizabeth, and it's growing. The advantage in this field is that I have the advantage of speaking 2 languages, and the field is new because of very few instructors in Spanish. As he mentioned, David has a school down there, and it's very small thing. Generally, the driving school keeps things down to 1 or 2 men, and something new, and there's very little going around as far as helping the Spanish to learn to drive. And most of these people, Portuguese.
And if they're from Mexico and come here, they really need to drive different. Cuba, too.
Well,
They just honk the horn and go through.
Puerto Rican, all these people, most of them don't have a car in their country. When they come here, they need to drive.
Sure.
By bringing the business of teaching to drive real estate, I have to communicate with different kinds of people, and 2 things right there. The person that learns to drive might want to buy a house too, and this will
You're teaching people how to drive houses. You sell wholesale homes.
Can I say something? Speaking of fatality rates, it's surprising what company has the greatest fatality per 1,000. If I tell you, no, believe it's India. And I teach a lot of Indian people how to drive. A lot of doctors, nurses. And as a matter of fact, that's where the car was tonight. It was up in West Orange by St. Barnabas Hospital. There were 3 Indian doctors. And they told us that they get in the car and they step on the gas and that's it. Hell of a for us. The only thing I don't have out there is a sacred cows. Right? Other than that, just right there.
Yeah.
And that's surprising. Because like one fellow said to me, he said, I drove over 100,000 miles in India. I said, you did? He said, yes. I picked him up on Broad Street, 744. 5 o'clock at night. I said, well, I said, he can't be too big. He drove about a half a block. I said, hold on. You might drove 100,000 miles in India. I said, it must have been oxen. I said, move over. I said, I'll get you out of here. But this is the thing.
Yeah, they do what they, there are no rules, that's the reason they do it. Dennis, where are you coming from on why are you here?
Well, I've got several full purpose. One, I'm very interested in business, of new types of businesses. And this looked like a very, very good potential possibility. And I'm also interested in building college credits.
You're going to get credits to this, sure.
So,
You can take this, a lot of these credits and build them on toward a 4-year degree, right?
and I think
paid for.
I had come down here on several occasions to inquire about taking some courses here. And after seeing all the red tape and so forth, Dr. Carmichael just says, come down and I'll fill it out for you and get you through the registration. And I said, that's got to be the right way.
Where are you from, Tennessee?
Texas.
I knew it's heading out that way somewhere.
Most people pick the accent as North Carolina.
Yeah, western North Carolina, Tennessee.
Yeah,
Eastern
Charlotte.
Tennessee. Yeah, well,
3 years.
yeah, well, glad to
Right,
have you.
Washington.
Glad to have you on board. Well, listen, that's pretty interesting. See, what you're talking about is like giving a speech. You got to have a purpose. If you go out and play football and there's no goal, or basketball, there's no goal, and you dribble around a while, that's it. You have to have a purpose. And if you people are motivated and have a purpose, no problem in getting through what you're going to do. And if there's a purpose in communicating, you're going to get it done. I thought I was a good communicator, but when I asked my wife to marry me, it didn't come out any way I planned, but it did come out, and I communicated, the purpose. She understood it. And I think the communication is proved out not by how good it sounds, but by whether a person really understands it. But I don't think it hurts to, I'm a lazy talker. I eat a lot of grits and stuff, and it doesn't hurt, though, to develop techniques. Sometimes you have to throw them away because techniques can scare people, and you might just want to, like a trap play, like Socrates, or that cop called Columbo, just play dumb, and just go slow. That's how you can get the communication going. And I'm going to start with a word that I think has a lot to do with being yourself. An important word in communication. Whether it's a person you're sitting next to on that driver's seat and they're communicating something with their hands or their mouth, their sweat, or what they told you. You've got to listen with your total being. And I was watching how you people listened, and whether you just listen with your ears or you're listening with your eyes and watching this man's hands. He's talking with his hands. If he held his hands, he probably couldn't talk. And all that's communication. And I'd like to ask you a question. Maybe you're a good observer, or you've thought about it. If someone is deaf and dumb, how many things are wrong with that person congenitally from when he was born? If he's deaf and dumb, in most cases, how many things are actually wrong with that person?
Just the one.
Yeah, why? Explain it.
Because if you can't hear, you can't hear yourself talk.
Yeah.
You can't.
There's millions. Look at all the languages. 2,500 languages and schools of dialects in the world. Millions and millions of sounds that can be made. How could anyone guess the sound if you couldn't hear? So if you can't hear, you can't communicate. And so if you can listen, you can communicate. If you train yourself to listen, you can really communicate with all kinds of people. For instance, I do street work, and I've taken black ministers out on the street with me, and they can't talk to people. They can only do it within their box. They're black and I'm white. Why? Well, I don't have more understanding maybe of the culture, but I've been out there listening to the street culture. I had these people tell me, well, I've learned more about my people today than in the last 20 years. It's not really true. It all just came up and got crystallized by getting that man out on the street instead of getting in the box on Sunday and just doing all that administration. We went out and asked questions. We did some listening exercises, and he liked it. He was a bishop. He's a big shot in the Methodist, African Methodist Episcopal Church. He was happy about it. Listening is so simple. New Jersey led the nation in the year I got that luncheonette. There was a study done in teenage suicides. The main reason is lack of adults they can respect, and lack of people, particularly adults, but also friends. A lot of kids, look like they're being friends, but they're just laughing on the outside, crying inside, never really share their guts with each other, where they're at. But especially adults. Lack of adults they can, that will listen to them, that they can confide in. See, so that to the deepest human level, right up to communicating well in terms of driver's ed, listening is the greatest tool you have to communication, to really listen. Because then when I've really heard a person out about his problem, about a driving problem, or about a personal problem, a love problem, like some of the counseling I have to do, or what have you, then I might know what to say. And I have the knowledge. And here's another thing that comes out of listening. A lot of these people that you're going to teach and communicate with, again, I'm not worried about transferring to your ability to give a good lecture to a whole class on safety that you'll be called on to do many times, or whether you're communicating with one person, sitting down and getting them indoctrinated, starting on the first basics. That respect is an absolute necessity to this whole process of listening. It's a two-way street. By the way, this is a good word. I love words, and if you get that little Reader's Digest once a month on the vocabulary, just fool around with it and don't mind. You get to grade yourself. Nobody sees the grade, I always cheat a little, but I know I cheat, so it doesn't help. But you can really see some beautiful things about words. This goes back to the Latin. Spectare means to see, spectacles, He's got on spectacles in order to see. Like return, it means back again. And so, see, when I first look at you, if I'm an old Southerner and I have certain mechanisms from my background, I say, he's black. But respect means I look beyond whatever I see and find you. Then you forget all that. See? Respect means to look again. You look beyond what appears and you find what's there. Now, when you're listening, it means that you may not respect the driving of that person. You may not respect the fact that this guy is high on dope, something pretty serious. But you can respect the fact that it's a human being with a struggle, and there's something there. There is something there, no matter what position a person's in. And so for that reason, you do listen to him and try to find out what's there. And once you're able to listen out, see, and something, it's called the midwife way of Socrates. You listen and help get out what someone's thinking. Then, because there's respect there, they begin to look at you you've respected them, and they'll start paying you back. They will respect you, and you can give them something back. And they'll find, because you are equipped and you have knowledge, see, along with when you start to communicate, the respect has a lot to do not only with being yourself, knowledge. That's why you're going to learn all you can of techniques and so on, and being yourself is brought out before. This might be what Socrates said, know thyself, you know, digging yourself, they say today, but knowing yourself and knowing your subject, knowing what you're saying. And because of this confidence in yourself and what you know, and because you listen, respect that develops between you and the person. And then another beautiful thing happens, and I think these all kind of go together, they're all happening back and forth. And I started getting a little of this listening to you people tell about yourselves. Empathy. What is empathy? Anybody have that? Yeah.
Fellow feeling.
Yeah. Good. What were you going to call it?
To put yourself in the place of the person.
Yeah, walk a mile in my shoes. Yeah. Okay, putting on the other person's skin. And this is a beautiful thing. And you can develop empathy and not sympathy, like in teaching driving. If you have sympathy, you might get soft on somebody and they might get killed someday because you're too soft. But empathy just means you put yourself in their shoes with what you know. You can feel with them, but with what you know, you love yourself and you don't want to get killed and you don't want them killed, so you're going to be firm. It's what you might call tough love, you know. That's really important. So, but I would say that listening is very closely related to love, all kinds of love, just like what I was saying about those kids. There's all kinds of love in the world, and it could be just the love of this person as a person learning to drive, and the love for safety, but it might go deeper. You might just really care about people as people, and sometimes some people are going to be talking to you. They never talk to a preacher. They couldn't pay you a few dollars an hour. They couldn't pay $25 an hour to get on the couch for a psychoanalyst or something. So, but empathy is a love word. But previous to that is just simply listening. People do not feel that they can trust you if you aren't listening to them. And that's why you could develop into a very good public speaker and communicator on other levels besides that one-on-one. As you really learn to listen to people, you know where they're at. When I go to colleges to speak, and I don't fit any of the rules of public speaking. I know all the rules, but I just don't seem to be able to fit in the rules because they're so used to these other kinds of speakers and lectures that I break the rules in order to get their attention and make sure, though, there's content and all that other, things that may be needed. But in visiting the college campus, I will never get up there and give a speech to those kids. I get there early, I hang loose, I hang around, kind of grab onto, where this college is at, what the kids are thinking about, and I ask questions. And a lot of times in communicating and really, in order to listen, questions are so important. Just the questions. So as soon as you ask a question, that makes you a listener, doesn't it? I stop if I ask a question, then I wait, and I try to get out from that person what he's thinking, so that you can just directly communicate. You should, now I don't know anything about driving instruction. I've taught a lot of people to swim, a few people to drive. But you can be very direct, say you must do this, and so on. And people can learn. But you may, with certain people, find that it's better to say, why do you suppose you should slow down at this point, 300 feet away, well, the way brakes work, and they tell you back. And so they learn it doubly, see, because then they tell you, and then there's some corrections, and then you affirm what they said was right, and then you put in the thing again, and you said it twice that way by asking the question. And it helps the person to feel it's more theirs. And this is a good kind of communication. Who's the best teacher you ever had? Think about it. Was someone that just got up and gave a lecture for 40 minutes and sat down? Or was it someone that could ask good questions, provoke you, brought you out, let you say it, then they communicated back. They were getting part of you and you were getting part of them. So I don't miss this in your teaching. You'll find also, someone said about 400 years ago, that this form of teaching, listening and asking questions, and then giving content, balancing it out, rather than just stuffing it in, stuffing it in. This kind of teaching is the most human. If you look at the word community, like I said, you break words down, you learn a lot. Community and communication, you see. They're related words. And commonality, see, commonality. One, actually what it is that M drops out. It's just in order to put it together, but it's and originally it was C-O-N, like cone. Those components, cone, with. So the word originally was cone, with, and unity. Unity with. See, so communication has much to do with empathy and listening and being identified with that other person. The word understanding would go in there. See, the word identification, like sitting where he sits, being where he is. Now that has a lot to do with communication. Is getting back to our commonality, a community of interest. See, we're a community here around Driver's Ed. We're all concerned with this one particular thing, and we're a community. We go home and do our own thing, but right now we have a commonality, and so our communication can be on a good level as long as we all have this interest. But if you're not interested, you're not, and I'm not, maybe a couple people, then those are the people that need to talk to one another. So communication is commonality, common interest, and I think if you begin to listen to someone, if you've ever experienced this, that you weren't really interested in, but you made yourself. You looked them in the eye, you put down your cigarette, your cup of coffee, you turn off your radio, and you say, well, I'll listen 3 minutes to this cat. You didn't really want to, and yet you made a commitment to just listen. And all of a sudden you find that you are interested in that person, because that person is common with you in the human race. You begin to discover same hurts and feelings and so on are right there. See. Now, this brings me to another point in communication. I guess I would suggest a book to you that you've never read. It's kind of a modern classic by Erich Fromm. It's called The Art of Loving. And if you're dealing with public, you see, this is a public relations thing, what you're doing. Did anybody here ever read that book? Art of Loving by Erich Fromm. And it's a paperback, and you'd find it, no doubt, in and he'll introduce you to a whole area of interesting reading, this guy. And he's a German Jew, a Hasidic Jew, who went all that suffering in Germany and been over here a little while. And he wrote this book on loving. It's the best thing I ever read. And he's an atheist now. And yet, he wrote about love better than any theologian I ever saw. It's clear. And here's why I say this is important. He says that love cannot be thought of just as physical attraction. Love has some strong words in it like concern, care, and responsibility. When you're talking about driving, what aren't those three words? Concern, care, and responsibility. He has a section on that. So that, see, I don't think that the best book for driver's ed is just a book on driver's ed. I think The Art of Loving is a good book because you're dealing with relationships of people in these powerful things called automobiles, and they just kill each other in those things. So to teach people humanly and to love myself in an automobile, which I had to relearn about a year ago. I almost got killed in a car. I've been a good driver since, but I had let my driving get bad for some reason. I don't know why. In a hurry all the time. Stopped me, and I realized I almost killed that other guy. I mean, and I deprived my kid of me, my wife, such a gift to the world, of me, you know. It's ridiculous, the way I was driving. Car, I didn't get the brakes fixed. You know, that's one thing you're going to be teaching you. To communicate that really takes earnestness. It takes, one thing we'll certainly deal with it is that you don't just tell facts, you give illustrations. When you want to communicate, you tell what happened. You draw parables, you know, and people can begin to see it from what's really analyzed in terms of something else. They can see it reflected. So that book is really good for you as a teacher. It gives you a perspective. You're going to be teaching people. And you must have, whenever I give a speech, I have more in my mind than I say. Because you have to have a broader vision than just what you say. You might get caught short. Well, Mr. Iverson, you were supposed to give a 50-minute lecture, not 20. Oh, I thought it was 20. Well, I should know more, and I shouldn't be shooting the bull, you know, just giving a lot of stuff. I should really be able to say something. Now, so this kind of knowledge is really important. Just grab the book and read it. You love it. And I'm grateful for it. It just helps you to be a better teacher, have more understanding, communicating to people. Now, we're going to go till about 9:30, I think, and I wanted to have you just think of some of these things during this week. And I'm going to make a little assignment along this line for you that'll just be, I think, quite enjoyable in the coming week. I'm making it into the class. But just remember about listening, add to it any ideas you have. And, oh yes, one thing Fromm said, and I'll tell you now, is that the book is called The Art of Loving. And if you're an artist, you make a lot of mistakes. You just don't do that face quite right. You have to erase and change it. Or if you're a pianist, you're going to hit a lot of wrong notes for a while. And you have to be, any art takes practice, and you can fail. But one thing an artist does is concentrate on that one thing. And if you're going to really care about a person, you concentrate on them, and it takes willpower. It isn't something you directly can do. Like when I was in some tough Army maneuvers once. I never got overseas, and I didn't say, I'm going to start feeling love for my wife, but I'd get out a picture, you know, and concentrate on it. Look at that. And the feeling of love, the emotion of love, came indirectly as I just concentrated, thought, see. And I believe that for you to develop more and more concentration, which comes with listening, comes with willpower, a commitment to the person, you'll be a better communicator and a very human one. And another thing about being yourself, I can't be myself without your help, Bill. Your honesty, your reality. You're a mirror for me. A fellow named Sartre over in France said, I cannot know myself immediately, but only through the mediation of another human being. I seeing him, see me. And all this will enter into your communication, concentration, and finding yourself through someone you're teaching. You'll find where you're teaching wrong through somebody someday. And you're listening to him. You can be very thankful that you picked up something that you just had missed somewhere along the line. Concentration is another word to add to that. Now here's what I'd like for you to do. We take a coffee break, and there's no coffee shop open in the building, but I guess there's one out somewhere. Let's take about 10, 15 minutes. Now I'd like for you up to the coffee shop until you get to where you're going. Unless you just have to ask a direction. We can go in 2s and 3s, let's just get together. But to get out on the street, just get out of here and get a cup of coffee. And maybe you have to bring it back with you according to your timing. But let's say it's 8:10, be back here about 8:25, 8:30. Because it's part of your, part of the class out there. I want you to listen to at least 10 sounds. Listen, don't talk to each other. Don't talk to anybody until you get at least 10 sounds. Make sure you get a few of them out of the building. Might be a lot of noises in here. But just listen for sounds. And while you're listening, observe people's faces, observe buildings or paint and what have you, dirt, anything you want to. And then when you come back, I want you to share in a brief 2-minute speech what you observed. And in this case, just half of us will have to stand up to do it, and the other half will be able to sit down. We might discover a difference in that part of it, this little experiment for all of us to observe, But I want you, this is what you call a lot of fun words, like I said, a lot of fun. Perimeter. Perimeter, what is a perimeter?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a meter measures, taximeter measures, right? Perimeter would be the measurement of the circle around. So this word is peripatetic, and that only means walking around. This is how Jesus and Socrates and St. Francis of Assisi, a lot of people taught. They went walking around and just observed and they looked at the birds, they looked at this and that, and the farmer and the sheep, and came back and taught from what they observed. Peripatetic. You get that word, but sometimes it's fun to throw it on somebody. Give it to Dr. Carmichael, shock him or something. But this is a peripatetic experience. We're just going to go out and listen. Then we're going to come back and tell what we saw. And you're going to see and hear some things. And hold it in for a while. Don't talk, for about 10 minutes. It might seem stupid, but you'd be surprised. Okay, so let's take a break. Let me ask a couple of questions here. Did people communicate better on their feet or sitting down? What do y'all think? Yeah.
I think standing.
When it comes to a speech or where it's one way, standing. Suppose we wanted to dialogue, discussion. What's better?
Sitting.
I seem to be, like I want to put across something. I want to get on my feet. And sitting down, I feel like I want to listen more too. I want it two-way. That's how I feel. So if I want to really get heart to heart, I want to sit down. I want to listen. I want it two ways. So that might be just something to do with the actual structure of things, the way it is. That when I stand up, I'm above you, and I don't want to go past you but I have a purpose in mind. So, you know, standing like this, and you feel a sense of urgency, and that, you know, I can get it across better. So I think standing also means that everyone has a better chance to see the total communication. I don't think it's good to stand behind, I mean, like say there's a lectern, it's this high. Communication isn't as good. It's this high, it isn't as good. In fact, it would just well be a radio. This high might be better, but if you can get rid of the whole thing, you see the legs, the feet, and everything, see the whole person, communication is best, because you can communicate with your whole body. So sitting down, you see, you can't see the whole body, and your total expression can't be seen because you can't move too much sitting in a chair. See, so I do think the most effective total communication would be standing, because you can see the whole person, you know, or more, and you have more freedom with your hands, your shoulders, where you're going to be. So that helps. Now that's where you can come across, see, and make up for like talking fast or something like that, because you can you talk with your hands and you have good facial expressions, and so if everybody sees you, you can get across. So I hope we're learning some things and learning to observe, and I want to give you an exercise for this coming week along this line that I think you'll enjoy. And I don't believe this is a speech class, so the speech people examined me on what I was going to do in this, and I told them, frankly, I don't know. I want to listen to the class, find where they're at, and then I might know what we need to do. So let's say for internally, this is a communications workshop, okay? There's some things that I think we can do. You're going to have a telephone call about this driver's school, so we might role play some communication on telephone. How you going to take a call from somebody that wants to enroll in your school? There's a few other areas. Let me ask you, what are some other types of communications we're going to have to work on? This is a workshop. What about persuasion? There is money. Your persuasive ability is important. To sell people on the importance of this. So why don't we do some role playing where you said, man, I can drive. I was down in Georgia and I was driving when I was 10. I drive tractors, and he's got to talk to you and see that you need to drive it straight. And, you know, persuasion. And that's $2 in the pocket. And you're a dangerous guy. You think you know it all that, like those Indians we were hearing about. So this is another area. What are some other workshop things we need to do? Communication.
Your advertisement.
Okay. Yeah. You might write a 1-minute radio advertisement. You give it yourself. You hear these guys saying, "My chickens are the best chickens," you know, and all that. I mean, you may do that on Radio Auto. You know, get it, and it might be your voice doing it. Might be better than some, you know, perfect voice. I don't like those perfect announcers, you know, that sound so. Now, you see, you have good enunciation. For the Spanish brethren, you know what enunciation is. And the Spanish people have very good enunciation. I mean, Mexicans and Cubans, Puerto Ricans don't. They're a little lazy. Yeah. Perfectamente. You know, you have everything there. You have good enunciation. You hear everything you say very clearly, but it's relaxed and it isn't staccato. It isn't, you know, like piped in. You got a good, real good manner of speaking and clear. So I'd say yes. Advertising, communicating on paper, slight amount of that. We might include that because you do prepare outlines and speeches and communications. So we will do a little writing, though the oral is most important. And
Confidence building, would that be?
Yeah. I'd say affirming driver, their first experience, you know, how are you gonna talk to that person, get they're scared to death, some woman about 50 never drove, you know, we could do that. You play the woman, 50-year-old woman, you know, and she's helping, yeah, confidence, that's important communication, affirmation. Another one I think would be, teaching a class, like, 10-minute presentation on the safety factors of an automobile, the way it's built and why it has these different safety factors, you know, or it's something like that, some subject you may choose. How do you actually present something like that? I think also communicating legal things. Maybe someone might, how do you really communicate properly in terms of the police and reporting an accident? You should know how to do it properly and well, clearly. Both the paperwork part and the verbal thing you might do at the scene of an accident on the telephone, or, you know, who do you go for, what you do, and how you present that. That might be a little communication workshop thing we do. So you come in, you'll be thinking of these things and come in with it for us. Okay, now here's what I want you to do this week. Keep a journal this week. Now, you may find it's a good thing, want to do it longer, but just till we meet again, keep a journal on what you see happening in your driving and others. See, tonight, most of you proved pretty well what a wealth of things we can observe as we think about it. I mean, there's no end to what you can see. But just think if all week you kept a journal, take the little spiral book with you, and don't be driving along, you know. But just keep a journal. I wouldn't say it should be over 3, 4, 5 pages if it was, you know, like this size. But, you know, you may want to write a lot of stuff. But 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages, whatever you're comfortable with. But write a journal on your observations about driving, all kinds of things. Inner thoughts, outer thoughts, what people do, what you do. Did you ever teach a relative to drive? I hear that's a problem. Yeah. There's all kinds of questions come to my mind that, you know, when I start thinking a lot about driving, because I think strangers would be easier than relatives, because they get uptight, you get uptight. Oh, you dumb wife, you know. So there's all kinds of things you'd be thinking about. Put it in your journal, but look at external things that remind you of internal things, you know, and vice versa. Yeah.
I can say, I'm trying to teach a friend of mine now, last week trying to find him.
He's a friend.
Yeah.
He was.
He got the sense of quite heavy on the push off. And when you make the swing on the trip, he go way out there on the inside. He's his mouth right on. That's really worried.
And he's your friend.
The main problem he got is his parking. So on Monday night, I tell him, I want to go to Belmont Avenue. I told him back in and threw him to the car there. He went kind of fast.
In your car?
And so he busted my tire. So I'm just trying to help somebody. I got down the tire myself.
Yeah.
How much is a tire? Like $25, $30 a tire?
About $50.
It would have been cheaper.
Okay, so.
It would have been cheaper to pay him.
Right, you have to go to school.
Yeah, that's a good. Okay, now keep that journal, those observations, and that would have been good for this week. Keeping the journal.
He called me again after.
You tell me was it home?
Then I told him to go down, you know.
Okay, now. All right, now what I'm going to want you to do is, you're going to read from that journal next week. We're going to do an extemporary talk next week. I think we'll have time that you'll enjoy doing. But then you will read your journal. And what I want you Spanish-speaking gentlemen to do it. Feel free to write your journal in Spanish, and I want you to read it in Spanish to us. Doesn't matter whether we understand one word. You read it in Spanish or whether you give a Spanish speak. But then you get extra time. In your own words, you interpret just the general things he said. At the end, he reads it straight through. You'll interpret it. And then you'll interpret his general things he reads. Now, you don't have to read your whole journal. If you have a long journal, we'll just say excerpts, a page or two, or what you think is important. All right? Keep a journal. Now, also, during the week in that journal, write down 10 words you pick up that you are interested in. You look up. Try to find 10 words this week that are good communicating words. Where did the word rat come from? Anyone know? Rat.
Rap, yes. From the word rapport.
Don't think so. I thought so too. But a long time ago, a guy said, man, that word's been around. That's some prison. Just proves we hadn't been in. I was only in jail overnight once. But, you know, rapping, hey man, got a cigarette? Got a cigarette. And just a coincidence, rapport. But that was a street word before it got down to the university. They have rap sessions and all that. But see, a lot of great words that, you know, that's a, hey man. And then you can say rapport. Socrates would play jokes with us about where it comes from. But I heard that many years ago. And Newark Street Jail, a guy told me that, before it became a famous word. So it may come from that. But, you know, a word, I don't mean just sophisticated words, but a word like that, that's a good word.
Let me ask you a question, a word. Ripping it off. Have you heard that expression?
That's about 2 years old. So, rip off. Rip off. Now they use, see, starts on the streets, they use it in churches and everywhere, they use it. There'll be a book on sociology, the ripped off society. You'll get that instead of the affluent society.
Or get down.
It comes from muggy. It comes from, guy ripped me off. It's a mugging word, and they don't say mugging, they say ripped off.
Yeah, you know, this word itself, where a girl that goes to a private school is taking lessons, and she had said something about her father, and she said, that really rushes you off. That really
So
rushes
now
you
it's being applied to human relations.
Right.
Attitudes rather than getting ripped off. See, I got mugged with 2 big sticks and a knife up on 14th Avenue. And the guy with the knife wasn't going, I thought he was going to kill me, man, and I rolled. But he was after, he knew exactly what he was doing, cutting me right here, ripping off. I don't know if that's part of it, but if this is the way they always do, you know, I don't want any more experience. But, you know, he really cut it right there, and that wallet went. About the only time I ever had money with me. Those guys can smell it. Green. They believe in green power. Now, okay, you got it? Look for 10 words. Keep it with it. Keep a journal. Now, let's ask some questions around. Make it more interesting. This will help your journal to grow. Here's some questions. Ask a few people during the week. 1 a day would be enough. But 10 people. How did you learn to drive? Let's find out how people learn to drive. How did you learn to drive? Now, you may ask other questions like, you know, out of that, you might say, what was the toughest thing? They may tell you the toughest thing, but you may want to add, you know, what's the toughest thing? How did you learn to drive, man? Well, I went to Taggart driving school. Well, you might meet, but you probably, I doubt if we'll get very many people that were taught at driving school. I think we'll get some younger kids had it in high school, you know, driver's ed. But I'd be interested. This will be interesting to know. If we all did 10 people, and we're all in different Elizabeth, Montclair, we'll come in with 70 or 80 answers, and we might, you know, might be a little sampling that gives us some information. Might help us on where we're going to go for the job, for the driving market. I don't know. We might find out something. So, but anyhow, ask. And it'll help you to heighten what you're going to do as a teacher, I think, to just ask people about it. And what's the toughest thing you face? We're going to, if we hear this, we're gonna end up maybe knowing what we've gotta watch for when we go out driving. So again, I'm talking about communication. I think a little pride, maybe you won't get this done too much, but well, you might say to a person, if you rate yourself as a driver, how would you rate yourself? Just we use grades like in school, A, B, C, D, E, F. You know, A, B, C, D, F. How would you rate yourself? And we'll find out how people rate themselves. Then how do you think your wife would rate you? Or some other person?
As a driver?
Yeah, I think what will happen is they always rate themselves higher than they think somebody else would. You know, you ask them about themselves first before, how about your wife? My wife would rate me lower than I rate myself, I know. Okay, now that would make it interesting this week, and that'll be your communication, is coming in with that journal and reading, you know, for 3 or 4 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever it is, you know, an excerpt part of it. And we'll learn something, and we'll see how you communicate by reading. Sometimes you got to read something out of a book to somebody, you know, and it'll be your own writing. So you should be familiar with it, and it should mean something because you yourself wrote it, okay? Well, I guess we've done a little harm we could today, and I've really enjoyed being with you. This is an unusual class. It's not like teaching a bunch of teeny boppers, college kids, 18, 19, 20, or other types. I mean, this is, we're all equals here, and we're going to just learn from each other. And I really enjoyed being with you. I look forward to next week. And this course is really yours, and I think any creative ideas you have, just tell me, tell us, and we'll learn together, you know. Because what we'd like to do, this is, I think, an experiment for the Department of Transportation's whole course at this college. It's only one like it in the country. So I think what we do can help in other places. We can write the book, which may mean that you shouldn't have a book. But you got to really learn the way we're learning, you know, starting out. Okay? Thank you a lot. I guess we'll say UTIC method is the midwife. It just means midwife. Is a midwife doesn't create a baby, but helps a baby to be born. See, a midwife doesn't go create a baby unless he's fooling around. A midwife, he or she, an obstetrician, helps the baby to be born. And then when you get something out, you get something in. Don't follow the analogy too far. But what I mean is, if you're getting a little bit of knowledge from them, what they know, then you know what to tell them, and they feel more at home, and they will be more willing to receive what you have. That's why asking questions, that's why I sent you out. See, you weren't here, but we just went out and listened for sounds outside. Tried not to talk too much, and that was hard for some of us. But we listened for sounds, and people came out and we were more intense. Just like a blind person can hear so much better, see? And so we just shut off our talking more and listened for sounds, and we came back. Then we were, this week, we just answered a few questions about how did people learn to drive and whatever else we got to from that, you know, because one question leads to another. So we could learn to be midwives, and we know where then our students are coming from, whether they have some misconceptions about any matter. Learn to ask questions. And the word educate, you know, educate means, actually the word means to lead in or lead from. It means to lead from. Educate is to lead from. And that's good. How's it going? Yeah, leading from. You want to get something back out from someone to know if you're educated. And it will apply to communication too. We'll pick that up in a minute. All right, now, who else asked some questions this week to people on how they learn to drive and so on? Yeah.
I have a few women and a couple of men, and most of them, I guess how most of us learn how to drive in the backyard, or our fathers or our uncles or somebody in the family taught us. And I found out in doing that most of them weren't too proud of their driving ability. I'll say not in the first couple of years anyway. And it shows you that we have a tendency to take ourselves for granted. Because even myself, even in driving, since I've been coming to this class, I have become more aware. It's not a mechanical thing anymore. I'm more aware of what I'm actually doing when I'm driving. And I'm more alert for myself as well as the other drivers.
So by asking the questions, it made you think more. I think that's true. When you ask questions to others, even though you're more hip, you're more familiar, if you are truly asking the question, you will keep asking it to yourself. It will make you think too. What else?
I've asked around different people, and especially students, they have husbands or fathers, who taught them how to drive. And it was either their brother, or their father, or their uncle. It was always a relative or a real good friend. And I also asked them, what was the thing that you had the most trouble with on driving? Of course, a couple of them were funny. I learned how to drive, the most trouble was getting the car. But it seemed to be that the trouble that a lot of people had in driving were their turns and their parking. The majority of them are their turns and their parking, and the other few keep the car going straight. But this is the thing, they had a few where they can't back up. They can't back up. I've been driving 20 years, they can't back up. But I asked my wife, I said, my wife, who taught you how to drive? And she said, your son. But now, the night before she went out for a road test, my son took her out. She asked me about parking. She was doing the right thing. And I just showed her the diagram.
How did you feel asking questions? Had you ever gone out and just asked questions like that? Did it bother you, or did you?
It made me feel more of a part of something within myself. I'm aware of it.
As far as asking questions are concerned, I don't know how many people have been on fundraising drives for churches, synagogues, or other institutions. And to go out and to ring doorbells, right? Then when you come in at night, you're tired. But you have to listen to names and you say, boy, I don't know, when you think that what you got, the donation, is tremendous, And you walk in and say, well, I got, we said $2,000, and then you look up the chart and, Pat's got like $25,000, You go and say, and he's sitting there, with a big smile on his face, and you do a drive for the goal. But the thing is this, you do become part of anything as soon as you start to ask questions. Not only do you become aware of it, you become part of it.
A good teacher, then, is a good questioner and a good listener, a good communicator. I think always The teacher you always enjoyed best was one who could put you on the spot a little bit. You don't want to be put on the spot a lot. But to bring you out and develop you. And then if the other person's developing, you develop. See, if you want to improve as a teacher in driver education and communication, they go right together. The more you develop your student, the more you develop yourself. It's like in tennis. I hate to play a lousy tennis player because I don't develop. But if the person has potentiality and I keep developing them, then that would help me. But if they're the same, they don't grow, I can't develop them, it won't help me. So this is part of your educational work. That's why some of you may go on and grab a degree and teach health and other things just because you're going to want to grow in other areas. You never know what's going to happen. You may want to teach full-time in a school. No telling what comes of one bit of knowledge and one area of knowledge and where it's going to go. Okay, anybody else? Dennis, did you ask a few questions this week?
I guess I kind of circumvented things though, because I spoke to two people who I knew who had been to driving schools, and to basically get their reaction. And both of them, two women, consider themselves to be excellent drivers. Nothing to do with having been to the driver's school, however. They just really consider themselves to be excellent drivers. They went to the driving school primarily to get through the test. Both of them were from a foreign country, and basically were just for the preliminaries of getting the test. Neither one had ever driven before. So it was kind of an interesting thing to again, I want to specifically ask people who I knew had been to the driver's school. So that was my experience in that area.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I noticed what you said, and in conjunction with what Mr. Caddick said on the tape when I spoke to him. He made a statement that said, if you get out there and get the experience behind the wheel, the rest will come. And this seems to be the thinking of the greater majority of people, that the traffic laws and the safety rules and the way to do it properly will just come with time and experience, which is foolish to think, because you can only reach as high as the statue will carry you, and you'll never get any higher than that unless you get some sort of, something under you. And of course, everybody that I spoke to thought they were excellent drivers too, and some of them, I imagine some of the drivers you and I have seen feel they're pretty good drivers too. Some of them are downright lousy. I've never seen a bad driver in his own opinion.
Yeah, I think in any field, overcoming pride is important. How do you overcome pride? Some teachers try to put people through an experience that helps them to communicate something that will make people feel how bad off they are, how much they need the help. If you can help people to do that, you can really do the job. I know first time I trained a kid in soda fountain, I said, okay, it's yours. Because they said they knew everything about it. They'd been drinking milkshakes for years and all that. But just 5 minutes and they were crying for help. Then they were ready to learn. And you don't want to wreck a car or anything, but if you can set up ways that people get humbled, realize their need. For instance, give them a tough test. The person, just ask them 4 or 5 questions. They think they know everything about safety, just by osmosis. Ask them 3 or 4 tough questions. Say, you know this law? Man, if you were in my class for a half hour, you'd have had those answers, and they'd put you in good stead, Something like that, where they know that they don't know. Socrates said, the smartest man is the man that knows how ignorant he is. The smartest man. And so let me tell you how smart I am. I'm just learning how to teach this course. When I saw the course outline like they use for college kids. I said, that would never do for me or the people I think in this class. So I'm learning with you, so I'm declaring my ignorance too, all right? We're together, because I'm interested in communication and your effectiveness as a person in communicating, or to make money and to teach. They both go together. As last week our panel discussion showed that the better you teach, the more money you make. They go right together. All right, now, I don't think we'll have any more reports on that. We have to move on. Yeah, unless somebody wants to get.
Last night, what we're supposed to ask, I don't know if I did it right. I found out, I asked the man, I got sex, how old he was, caught, and what hardest part rate, how does he rate himself, and how others rate him. I just asked simple questions, you know. And one thing got me was, I asked the man about 60 years old, he sat in a chair, and I was talking to him, I gave the excuse my son needed for school. And I didn't tell him I was going to school. So I said, my son needs it for school, so I said, Judge, you want to tell me a few questions? The man is 60. I asked him, he said, sure. I asked him, well, who taught you how to drive? He said, a kid needs in school. I said, well, who taught you how to drive? He says, I self-taught myself. I said, you mean you actually got in the car and drive? He says, yeah. He says, the only way I learned really, he says, I think is if I observing others drive. And he says, I said, well, what was the hardest thing for you to learn? He says, getting a car to drive. And that really struck me because today, the kids got cars galore. There's 1, 2, 3 cars in the house. There's always some friend who's got a car, or a brother, or a mother, or a father. And that really got me, and it made me think that today, how many cars are available to these children. To him, he couldn't get a car to learn. And he rated himself good, and his wife rated himself good.
If your wife rates you good, you're okay. My sons are rated A by my wife, and I'm rated C+. She doesn't want to undercut me too much. But I had an accident last year, and I've been driving much better since. Yes,
Okay, I'd like to make a statement as far as rating is concerned. Until a person learns how to drive, your wife or your son or your daughter, they'll rate you an excellent driver. After they learn how to drive, they are picking out all your mistakes because they are a new driver and everything is fresh to them. Remember that.
And they'll notice more.
They'll notice more mistakes because you are constantly telling them what to do and what not to do. Every car in my family has a brake on the other side. Every car has another brake on the other side. And my 11-year-old son will sit there, right, and he'll brake for me. And go to Bloomfield Center or anyplace else, and he'll sit there and brake for me. And
Scared.
no, he's not scared. He knows how to brake a car. And he'll say, it'll be all right if I brake for you. Okay, if I brake, then brake. And again, 11 years old, being in the environment, right? We were coming in from Kearney. He goes to school in Kearney. We're coming home from Kearney, had a student with me. So we're coming down the hill, and we said to the student, cover your brake there. Right? This is a kid that's 19 years old. 11-year-old boy telling him to cover the brake. But this is what happens. Once they learn how to drive, they get over and they are aware of your mistakes.
Last week I mentioned that a vocabulary is a powerful tool. You have to know all the words that have to do with driver instruction. Suppose, just a simple illustration, you're teaching someone to drive a clutch car, and you say, you put your foot on that thing on the left side. That would be ridiculous. The clutch, and you identify it, and then that's important to have that word, clutch. Every word is important. And so you as a person and communicator, the more words you have, the stronger you are as a communicator. Now that isn't all there is to it. There can be guys that have the dictionary memorized, but they can't communicate because there are other factors. So I did ask, and I want you people that weren't here last week to, and you may do this every week, keep a notebook and try to pick up about 10 words a week, or at least 7, one a day. Look them up, get the Reader's Digest, more powerful vocabulary section, listen out in the newspaper There's always interesting words. I'll share one I had kind of forgotten about and got into this week. Serendipity. You know what it means?
Anything to do with serenity?
No. I guess the word is related to it, but serendipity, I didn't look up, it's root, where it's from, but that's a good word, because what will happen is, you say, do you think you can learn by serendipity? Learn driving? The guy says, I don't even know what that means. That'll humble him a little bit, but then you say, I just learned what it meant myself, but it means kind of by chance, like a chemist discovers a marvelous new drug that will cure cancer by serendipity. He was looking for something else, but it just happened on him. And this is how this person learned to drive, by serendipity. Luck, by trial and error. See, serendipity has to do with that. There was a group called the Serendipity Singers. I'm teaching, to some extent, this first time I get to teach this course by serendipity, some trial and error. I'm going to kind of luck on what's the best thing to really help us to be the best communicators, to teach, to instruct, and so on. Okay? So that's a good word. Anybody else pick up a word? Now, you don't want words like this too much, it overloads, but it's nice to have. Just for fun, even. Okay?
I wasn't particularly looking for words that had to do with drivers.
No, just
education,
anything.
But I have kind of one of my minor hobbies is I collect old books. And every once in a while I'll be browsing through an old book. And I ran into this word, and I wouldn't even attempt to pronounce it. So I have to spell it and see if you can get it up there. D-E-O-D-A-N-D.
D-A-N-D? Man, that's something. What does that mean?
Well, first let me tell you where it came from. This is an old copy of a law, Chase's Blackstone, which is probably the most famous law book based on English law that's ever written. And it has to do with an article which was the immediate reason for the death of the individual being contributed to the state to be used for pious purposes. And not that you'd ever use this word in a conversation particularly, but there's a lot of interesting words around that you've never run into.
Right now, I don't know what he's saying by just nodding my head. How do I know that I know what he said?
Well, by being able to repeat it.
Yeah, I have to be able to communicate it back. This is one of the ways that you find out if you're communicating. Can the person communicate back? That's why a teacher gives exams. Of course, a lot of them are kind of sadistic, just mean, just like to give them, clobber you. But I'm going to try to give it back. I have doubts, but see, you can affirm it and correct it, and pretty soon I know. The word means the article that is contributed through a death for pious purposes. Someone died and something is given.
No.
Oh.
Very definitely not. It's an article which causes death, which is now contributed to the state to be used for state purposes, or in the case of the olden time England, to the crown for religious purposes, or pious purposes. An animal, for example, a horse that would kick somebody and kill them, would now have to be contributed to the state and put to work for the state.
Oh.
Okay. Watching motor vehicle codes. Session 2. Instructor, Miss LaMonica.
We
spoke in terms of some of the basic traffic laws. We talked also in terms of what was expected of you when the time came for an instructor's exam. And then we proceeded to go into the details in the beginning articles of Title 39. Tonight we're going to continue with our study of Title 39. And in the future you will have a copy of this book in front of you so that we can look at the titles together and examine them and discuss them. However, tonight they are not yet in the library. When we meet Tuesday night, I'll be able to give you a slip, I hope, which you will take to the library and enable you to have the book on loan for the rest of the semester. Now, the article we're talking about tonight, Article 11, the first article that we're talking about tonight, rather, Article 11, deals with the law of the road and right-of-way. Now, speaking of the law of the road, here again, too often many drivers get the feeling that, you know, it's all common sense. And once again, I'd like to remind you there's no question about the fact that Title 39 represents legislation of good common sense. But we're in a position, again, where we can't just think in terms of what seems logical. We have to know what is correct under the law. So as we look at Article 11, the first article, the first item that it brings out is the article dealing with keeping to the right. Now, naturally, everybody knows you keep to the right of the road. This is the first rule of the road, to keep to the right. Many people may assume it's only common sense, and of course, in our case, we have to be aware of the fact that it's not only common sense, but it happens to be the law. And I can even read the exact title on that. It's Title 39-482. And it says that upon all highways of sufficient width, except upon one-way streets, the driver of a vehicle shall drive on the right half of the roadway. He shall drive a vehicle as closely as possible to the right-hand edge or curb of the roadway, unless it is impracticable to travel on that side of the roadway, and except when overtaking and passing another vehicle subject to the provisions of sections 39-4-84 and 4-85 of this title, which both of those deal with passing to the right when proceeding in opposite directions and other passing regulations, which we'll talk about next. But in other words, the first rule of the road is to keep to the right. Now, when you're out there as an instructor, this can be a source of a bit of aggravation for you, because the typical driver, thinking that he knows pretty well what the law is about on a common sense basis, is likely to ruffle your feathers a little bit, sometimes deliberately so. In other words, here we have some parked cars, okay? And here's our car coming down the road in this position back here. Now, again, if you're driving at the speed limit, the typical driver does not drive beneath the speed limit. I think you're aware of this, or you'll be even more aware of it as the time comes when you're out there with a student. And you're holding your student to the speed limit. If you're in a 25-mile zone, you keep them doing 25. And you're going to find that everybody is piling up on your back and they're getting impatient with you. Of course, you have no alternative but to teach your student to abide by the law. In this state, when it comes to speeding, as they call it here later on, you'll hear the word prima facie brought out, where they're telling you that where the speed limit exists, you do not have the right to go over it for any reason whatsoever, even extenuating circumstances. In some states, you're allowed to go over the speed limit because you might have good reason to justify why you went over the speed limit because of certain traffic conditions. Here you do not. But you're driving in this position, and there are parked cars here. Now, the first rule of the road says to keep to the right. The typical driver behind you is going to peep his horn at you, curse you and your student and shake his fist and all sorts of things and tell you, why don't you get to the right where you belong? Well, you do belong to the right, but you don't belong to the right when there are parked cars that you're going to end up behind. And so their keeping to the right means you stay as close to the right as practicable, as the title tells you to. Under these circumstances, it is not practicable to ride this far to the right. And so you stay out, away from the cars, so that as you go by them, if a door swings open, you'll be less likely to be hit. Naturally, as you notice, the title says that you're to keep to the right half of the roadway. In other words, this is the only portion of the road that you have a right to be on, right here. Now, again, somebody's double parked, maybe there's some obstruction out here, right? There's some obstruction in your path. Now, you can't keep to the right as you normally would, right? You have to go around the obstruction, but you have certain responsibilities under the law. This would be the wrong time, this car's going this way, this would be the wrong time to move your car into this lane to go around. If an obstruction is on your side, you would still have to wait until it is clear enough before you go through. Now, sometimes the driver might keep enough to the right on his side so that you have the room to go through at the same time. That happens and you go through. Again, it seems like a common sense item, and yet I've seen people swerve around obstacles thinking that they had the legal and legitimate right to do that without showing due caution. You don't. Now, when you're riding on a divided highway, talking about keeping to the right, you have another situation that causes a lot of people much unhappiness. And I've had many people come up to me and say, here I was driving along. I was minding my own business. I was out on this 4-lane highway, 2 lanes on my side, 2 lanes on the other side, a divider strip between the two of us. 3 o'clock in the morning, nobody around but me. I was driving there right near the divider strip. After all, I was driving at the speed limit. The speed limit was 50, so I drove 50. And all of a sudden, this nasty cop came along and pulled me to the right. It's usually a state trooper. He pulled me to the right, stopped me, and gave me a ticket for failing to keep to the right. And of course, that's right. They deserve the summons. And again, you have to realize that the law is made up with the intent of serving as many people as possible in as fair a way as possible in view of all the contingencies that you might not even expect, but which could be there. And so the law says you have no business here unless you're passing, or unless the road is so congested that you can't get anywhere else but where you are, such as it might be the case during rush hour, or there's a traffic tie-up for other reasons. If you're the only car on the road, the law says you belong to the right, even if you're traveling at the speed limit. And that's another thing. Your speedometer might read 50. The fellow in the other automobile behind you comes up behind you, he paces you, and he finds the speedometer reads 45. He wants to pass you. And again, you force him to pass illegally if you stay here, because it is illegal to pass on the right except under certain conditions. All right, so when we keep to the right, then, we try to realize that naturally the law does make provision. The word practicable comes into this. And yet at the same time, we understand that where we're in a situation where there is no reason whatsoever why we can't keep to the right, we belong there. All right, the next portion of the title, there are different sections in here that apply to us that we want to be aware of. The next one that you should be aware of is the one telling you that you have to obey the signals of highway officers. If a policeman is out there, naturally the signals and the directions he gives you supersede any signs and any traffic signals around you. If he's standing underneath a red light, the light is red facing you, and he motions to you to go forward, naturally you're supposed to obey him. However, a word of advice, even though he motions you forward, and even though you are legally obligated to obey his directions, naturally you're still also legally obligated to show due caution. And so if he's motioning you forward and you see this other fellow coming down the other street deciding he's not going to obey his signal for stop, which is up, then you'd better wait and avoid a collision. But I mention that because, again, you'd be surprised how many people, under common sense, will say, that cop doesn't know what he's doing. He's telling me to go ahead. Well, there are certain circumstances where he has to override the signal. And, again, if you don't obey him, then you add to the complexity of that traffic problem that he's trying to solve. He's trying to get you through there, and then you don't listen to him, and then he can't function in his capacity there without going over and turning off the signal. He may not have a key to do that if he's not from that town. Any questions on these 2 points so far? All right, the next item that we want to pay attention to in the title is the one dealing with the traffic signals. And you'd be surprised how many people have different opinions as to when they're supposed to stop when a traffic light is changing. And as a matter of fact, what is even meant by, flashing lights and that sort of thing. Take the amber light. Okay, you're driving along and you have an amber light. You're back driving down the road, the light is green, now it turns to amber. What should your reaction be with the amber light? What would you expect it to be? Is there anybody who feels that they really must stop for that amber light? Okay. Is there anybody who feels that they should? In other words, why should you have to stop if you?
It depends on circumstance. What's the distance to that light when it's changed?
Very good. Very good. All right, that's true. The distance you are from the light will determine whether or not you should continue on. And they spell it out pretty well in the title. The first thing they tell you, of course, naturally, is that you have to obey the signals when they're there, and that when the time comes that the signal flashes amber, when the light is amber, you must proceed to stop unless you are within 50 feet of the intersection. Now, when you're within 50 feet of the intersection, it's understood that if you stop at that point, you can either get hit from behind, or you can stop in an improper position, creating other hazards on the road. If you ever go to traffic court, though, you'd be surprised how many people will walk in there and they'll say, well, sure I didn't stop. The light was only amber, And of course, the magistrate reminds them that the law states you must stop on the amber. All right, when you get to an intersection, now, digress back to traffic signals in a moment, too. When you get to an intersection, that is a situation where you frequently have signals that still applies to what we're talking about. Now, there's a title specifically in relation to that. There are certain rules in Title 39 that apply to the intersection, some of which are not directly under this subtitle, by the way, Title 11. Some are here, and some of it's split up in another subtitle elsewhere. But I'll try to cover where I can, as many of these at one time as possible, rather than cover it now and then cover the other portion of it later. We might repeat ourselves at some point, but that's not going to do any harm. You have an intersection, and there are certain things you should be aware of with regards to an intersection. First of all, where do you belong as you're proceeding through an intersection? You're in a car back here. Two cars. Do you belong here? Or do you belong here? Yeah.
According to which direction you're going from here.
We're going this way. We're going straight through. Straight through. Right. We're not turning, we're just going straight through.
Right.
Okay, good. You go to the right. According to the law, you go to the right. Exceptions? Of course there are. There's a traffic accumulation in this lane. It would be wise to move in the other lane if it's clear. But generally speaking, you belong on the right. Later on, as we talk more about intersections, I want to talk in terms of the turning procedure. In fact, I might just start doing that now. You're at an intersection, and we're going to think in terms of now what represents the right-of-way at an intersection. Now, first we'll talk about it where there is a signal, and then talk about it where there is no signal. If you arrive at an intersection and you have a flashing red facing you, what does the flashing red light mean? Stop. It means stop and then go. Stop, check your traffic, and then go as you would for a stop sign. All right, the flashing amber light would mean then what does the flashing amber? Caution. Okay, caution. Now again, you see, we're going over this just as a matter of making you aware of the fact that this is actually the law. You know, it is common sense, so it's the law. It's written right into the book so that you can't say, well, I think, or, maybe it is the law. You have to come to a dead stop if there's a flashing red light, even if there isn't another car in sight. With a flashing amber light, you may slow down. You do have to show caution. If there's other traffic, you have to stop in the interest of safety. You stop. If it's safe, you continue on through. What about passing at an intersection? Do you have a right to pass at an intersection? Is it legal to pass? No. Okay, good. You're all right on the ball with this. Passing is illegal at an intersection. When you're dealing with a right-of-way problem, let's say the light has just turned green. You are sitting here in this car, and there's another car here waiting to start off. The light turns green. Who has the right-of-way? The car going straight. Okay, the car going straight. If we're waiting to make a left turn, we should move up and stop about here and wait, and then make our turn when it's safe. Now, also, according to the law states that you're supposed to alternate the right-of-way. In other words, when he goes ahead, the driver behind him is supposed to yield to you. Now, you know as well as I do. You get your head handed if you tried that. Right. Right. All right. But at any rate, that's what the law says. The law states that you're supposed to alternate. In other words, he's supposed to wait for you, and then the driver behind you is supposed to wait for him, and then the driver behind him waits for the next. What's that? Is there a penalty for not doing that? There is a penalty for violating any of these statutes. The penalty would be probably somewhere in the neighborhood of a minimum, I'd expect, of 5, and it could go up to... What would you be charged? I don't know. They charge you with the statute, which says that you must yield right away, failing to yield right away at an intersection. I could look it up under the exact title. I'm trying to avoid referring directly to the title in that way, and yet where I come across it, and I think it's going to help, I'll actually read some of it off to you too.
Is that a misdemeanor?
I'm trying to think of how they use the term here in this state, because in New York State and New Jersey, you have a
New Jersey
difference.
It is different. Everything is a misdemeanor in the state of New Jersey. There is no such thing as a felony in the state of New Jersey.
Right, it's a high misdemeanor in this state. That's it. Right. Very good, thank you.
Okay, that's all I want.
Yeah, everything's a misdemeanor, but actually, as he says, there's no such thing as a felony in terms of the language used in this state in the courts. They call it a high misdemeanor. So you'd alternate your right-of-way here. And again, you know, as we've already said, it would be foolhardy to assume that the other fellow will yield right away. And yet, you're the expert. You should know. Again, now, you see, the question has to come into your mind, just as it does in the mind of students you're going to deal with. No doubt you're wondering, well, isn't it kind of silly to notice if nobody obeys the law anyway? Well, the answer is no. It may seem foolish, but when it comes to a showdown, you as the expert may be in a position to make a decision someday to let the other fellow go, where, and I have to add that phrase, where it does not become disadvantageous to you. Because if you let him go, you'll end up sitting there for the rest of the life and wish you hadn't, you know. But sometimes you'll be in a situation where there's just this one car behind this fellow, right? And you're making a left turn. You were in this car this time, you know, instead of this one up here. And so you say, all right, look, after this fellow turns, I'll let this other fellow make his turn. He's signaling, you know, I'm not going to, or I'll let him go straight through rather. Excuse me. He wants to go straight. I'll let him go straight through even though I want to turn, even though technically, what have you, you know, I'll yield to him. Or let's turn it the other way. You're in this car, and it's your option to yield, and you decide, well, I'll let him make his turn, and I'll just continue on straight. There's only one car there, so what's the difference? I think this is the way you have to think, where you know what the law is, and you know that you should yield right of way. Where you can yield right of way without putting yourself at a serious disadvantage, why not, once again, practice what you preach? Yes?
How many people in 100 would you say know that that's the law?
Not too many. I'd hate to guess. I really hate to guess. My observation has been such that I feel that virtually no one knows this. But you see, this is the problem. But you see, this is the problem with driver education in general. Who really knows the law? Who really has had an education on traffic laws in any sense, you know, in any way, shape, or form? The kids have had it, but no wonder the kids come out of school and they say, oh, come on, you know, somebody led me down the wrong street. I'm trying to drive according to the book, and nobody drives according to the book. I feel like some kind of a nut. And then they join in with the crowd. They're doing what everybody else does. And everybody says, driver ed is no good. You hit the nail right on the head. You didn't know it. Most people don't know it. We're going to talk about a lot of things that many people don't know. You have to know them from here on in because you're going to be the person who is a professional in the field. I like to keep using the word expert because that's really what you should be. This is what you should be aiming yourself towards becoming. A person who really knows the laws so well that people can rely upon most of the answers you give. And at least when you don't know the answer, it's, you know, it's because it's such a minutiae of detail that you couldn't be expected to know. All right, with the intersections again, speaking in terms of right of way, here we have a situation now where two drivers are approaching an intersection. And the question is, who has the right of way? Yes, the driver on the right. Okay, the driver on the right. Okay? In other words, you're in this car, the driver in this car yields to this driver. He's allowed to go through. And the way the law words it is that the person shall yield to the driver on his right. The driver on the left shall yield to the driver on the right. Now, the right of way is a very tricky law. And, you know, according to law, not only in New Jersey, but in any of the states, you really don't have right of way as such. And even here, they're very careful to word it to say that you shall yield right of way under certain conditions. It never says that you have right of way over the other car. The statute is worded very carefully. It says the driver on the left shall yield to the driver on the right, but it doesn't say the driver on the right has right of way over the other vehicle on the road. And it's worded this way very purposely, very carefully, because if you're in this car and you notice that this driver is not going to yield right of way, and it is within your power to stop your car or make some diversionary tactic, whether it be simply to slow down or swerve or what have you, to avoid a collision, and you don't do it, you will be the loser if you survive to tell about it. You will be the loser. The court will rule against you because you were guilty of failing to do something reasonable to avoid a collision. And, you know, it sounds unfair. You say, yeah, but he didn't stop. It's unfair. Well, not really, because in terms of terms of legal thinking and even logical thinking, if it's within your power to avoid an accident, and you don't just because you figure you're right, then you caused the accident more than the other fellow did. He might not have seen you. He might really be ignorant of the law. He may not even know. Or he may not be able to stop due to brake failure or something. And again, since you were the person who had the last clear chance, the one who had the choice, in other words, you were in a position where you had the choice now of avoiding the accident, and you did nothing about it, then you are the one who is charged with causing the accident. And they could sue the pants off you, as I say, if you live through it, you know. Yeah.
I had something similar to just coming here tonight. I was running around a circle, there's Elizabeth Circle, and this car was in front of the truck. And he was on the right side of me, and I was on a faster lane, because I wanted to get closer to the circle, and then I was going to stay on a faster lane because there was more trucks on the side. He was between two trucks. And as we were going around the circle, I wanted to go this way, to go ahead straight, you know, after he was just taking his time and keep going around the circle. He was going around half a circle when I was going around a quarter of a circle. He just kept going, and I had to stop short. He just cut me off. Now, who was to blame there if I had hit him broadside?
Let me put it to you this way. If you were totally unable to stop, see, and there was nothing you could have done about it, and no matter what your reaction was to the situation, you had to have an accident. It was his fault.
Why?
Providing you looked to it. He was moving into your lane without signal crossing. He was cutting you off.
It's a circle.
Now, he cut in front of, you cut in front of.
Maybe I misunderstood you.
I mean, I hate to get out of the section, but this is the same thing.
No, this pertains to it. Circles are similar to intersections in certain ways. Let me see if I can't get this up here now.
I go straight this way.
Straight like
Up and
that?
down, and
Okay.
What's that, Elmira Circle there?
and there. That's it.
Yeah,
And up this
the
way.
Elmira.
You know, like.
Road out, is there a road out here? Is it
Yeah.
four? Okay.
I'll read you right from the road.
You were wrong.
You were wrong.
You were on the inside lane.
That's right.
Yeah, he was wrong, not the other fellow.
Let me check that.
The road was straight.
Let me check that out.
He was on the circle.
Okay, now, here we go.
I'm coming in from the south, from this side, and I was closest to the inner circle.
On your
There's a
left.
dual lane now, we're dual traffic coming down to it.
This is
I
dual
could never
road.
be on my right-hand side.
You were here, were you?
Yeah, there's a truck, let's say
And
a
the
truck.
truck was where? Over here?
I'm sorry.
Now, you come up, you throw it up.
Yeah, I can do this.
Yeah. Now, this is a good problem. I don't want to go past this circle problem because,
I didn't want see here, I was approaching this way, right? And to
Okay.
go this way, up in here.
okay.
He was approaching at this point here, let's say he was about here. Okay?
All right, now.
I wanted to go here, and, well, this is way over.
Okay, they were listening better than I was because I misunderstood you.
I'm sorry, this is the way. This is the way. I was going this way,
Right.
okay? I was heading for here.
Okay.
He was taking his sweet time and cutting across on me, cutting me off here.
Okay. All right, very good. This is a good.
Follow what I mean?
Okay, now you can sit down.
I could never have gotten from this lane here, this side, it was a fast lane, I could never gotten here because there was a dual traffic here, trucks and everything else. So I had to stay here to keep going.
Okay, now,
I keep to the right, I could never have gotten that.
let me put it to this way. You were obviously wrong here from what I can see, so I can see what happened there. When you approach a circle, try to realize that you have to treat that circle like you would any time that you're in a street or an intersection where you're planning to turn right. Now, if you know that you plan to turn right over here, then you should, as soon as practicable, get into this right lane. Now, if you can't do it right here, I don't really see why you couldn't. If you can't do it right here, then when you're out here, you should put your signal on right away for a right and move into that lane and then be right in line here for a turn. You had no business out there if you had an option. Now, if you had no option, that's something
I
else.
had no option, really.
He does have an option. Yes, you're right. He can go around the circle.
All the way around.
Go around and come back again.
All the way around and come back.
That would be your other option. In other words,
All the way.
yeah. In other words, you got here and you say, gosh, now what do I do?
Like that, I couldn't move.
Right.
Could I?
Right out here.
I'd like to bring this to your attention. I had the same thing happen. I was working at General Motors out around the same area where you were coming from. Now, I was
stop shift, and the cars were lined up as far as the eye could see, making that little right turn in the General Motors. I was on the left, and I don't care how long or how far I came along, I couldn't get into the right. So finally, when I got to the little street, I made the swing in. Everybody was turning right in the right lane anyway. I made the swing in. Policeman blew his whistle and he pulled me over. Well, when I went to court, I explained this to the judge. I told him, I said, the traffic was back up almost back to the circle that you were talking about. I said, I just couldn't get to the right. And he looked at me with a foul expression in his eyes and said, I understand. And that's...
Yeah, but it's not, I understand.
And I kept laying it on him. I'm rapping, see? And he looked at me, you know, and I knew I had this thing beat. And he said, I understand.
Yeah.
And when I finished, he said, you finished? I said, yeah. He said, it'll be $15. He said, next time, get in the right color.
And go all the way around that circle.
He told me to get in the right lane and do it.
You ever try to get in the right lane when you got trucks on that
They
side?
told me to stay in that circle, keep going around.
But-
Keep round and around, you think I'm lying?
No, you're right.
Correct. You know what I'm talking about? Around, you got 3 circles to go from here to Philadelphia traffic. He knows what I'm talking about. I had to go around, right on my tail with the car. I couldn't go nowhere, he riding me. I had to keep on going around the circle till I lost it, to go this way to go to traffic. You think I'm
If you ever were caught in a circle like that, and I have been caught it, and I'm trying to recall, I think there have been situations where I had no choice. I hate to admit it, but there were situations where I did what you did and what you did, and figured, what the heck, you know, everybody else. But actually, there were other times where I could see this fellow leaning on the gas pedal, looking at me.
And could be issued a citation to the police when you're sitting across the street. Or running a stop sign, up there where the X is. If that's where he stopped,
You'll be blocking intersection.
he ran that stop sign. He did. He did not stop at the stop sign. You just read the law that says you have to stop within
You're
5.
supposed to stop here. Well, again, you know, think of the wording of the law, which is a tricky type of wording. That's why I don't like it. And I think that's why a lot of people who read it get this very dissatisfied with it.
Right.
Is it says, now listen carefully, it says you must stop within 5 feet of the crosswalk. Now,
Okay, now, that contradicts the second thing you just read, because that second car back there did not stop within 5 feet of the crosswalk.
Oh, but it clarifies that point in the next chapter, the next
It doesn't
subparagraph.
clarify it, it contradicts it.
Well, not really, because they're saying that, all they're saying is that if you've already stopped once for the stop sign, regardless of where you stopped in that line,
No, I
you
realize
keep
what
moving.
you're saying, but it is a contradiction.
No, it's not a contradiction, because it clarifies it.
It's a contradiction.
No, it's not really.
It says within 5 feet of the crosswalk. That means from 5 feet out up to the crosswalk.
It's a contradiction. If you gotta, thinking in terms of semantics, you have to watch yourself, and I think that's what we're getting into here. If you're talking about a contradiction in terms of the fact that it's saying that you don't have to do what the previous title said, that's a contradiction. I don't regard that as a contradiction myself. You know, this is always open to debate as whether it's really a contradiction if you're going to stick to the semantics here, you know, and go back and forth on
It doesn't make any difference.
But it is different to that extent. They're saying you don't have to abide by the previous title, okay? You don't have to
To me, it's a
stop.
contradiction in logic.
Okay, well,
immaterial.
right, but that's, that I'm not,
If you have gone past that crosswalk
Right.
and not stopped, then you have run that stop sign.
Well, again, now talking about contradictions, this I would regard more likely as a self-contradicting clause in the law, see? Let's see. No driver or vehicle or streetcar shall enter upon or across an intersecting street marked with a stop sign unless he has first brought his vehicle or streetcar to a complete stop at a point within 5 feet of the nearest crosswalk. You know, it's a funny thing when you think of what the word within 5 feet means.
That could mean 5 feet on the other side.
Yeah, that's right. See, he could stop way out here, and he'll say, look, buddy, I'm within 5 feet, and who knows, he might win his case if he really fought the thing out in court.
He wouldn't win at the magistrate's court.
Oh, no. Frankly, you know, when you're down at the lowest level, the magistrate's court, as you say, the local court forget it. You walk in there and you said, here, listen to you say, right, but you're guilty, pay the fine. And you go to the next court of appeal, which is at the first district, the county level, and they don't act too differently either. They say, great, fine, you're guilty, go on. You want to fight the case, go higher, you know. Then you go on, superior, and you keep going till you end up, if you have a federal question in this federal courts, if they want to hear you, If you ever tried fighting in courts, and I've tried my hand at it, don't do it. You can't win. Not unless you got the right lawyer. It's like anything else. Either you get the right lawyer, and you have to be lucky enough to be in a situation where you're not opposing political forces, you know, who don't want you to win, even though you should. You gotta watch out. It is so in a federal court too. It's just on a higher level. It's more removed from local politics than politics. I hate to say it, but you can have your opinion. I say it's politics even on a federal level. Well, when I have seen federal courts refusing to listen, because that's where the politics comes in. If the federal court refuses to listen to you, then this is politics. You may have a federal question, but they don't want to hear your case. And that's how they get around it in a federal court.
Court cannot refuse to hear a case.
Well, if you're dealing...
It's open 24 hours a day.
This is open to hear, unless I'm mistaken, and I'm not a legal expert. But unless I'm mistaken, yes. Well, I haven't been involved in it, so I'm talking from what I surmise to be the case. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. The federal court you're talking about would involve cases which were basically federal violations rather than appeals. Now, I'm talking...
If you do not have a federal violation, they'll kick it out.
All right, that's different, you see. Right. Now, what I'm talking about is a court of appeals system, where you go through all the courts of appeals in the state, and the state says, we think you're guilty and you don't have a case, and you say, but there's a federal question involved. There's a question of my rights being violated under the Constitution of the United States. Now, you have a court of appeal in the federal court, providing the federal court wants to hear you. And they might say, sorry, we don't want to hear your case. And that's the end of it. There's nothing you can do. And that is politics, because it is decided usually on a political basis rather than on a judicial basis. That's my opinion. I don't mind admitting it's a one-man opinion, but I've been around a little bit, and I've seen it in action, and I feel that it's basically politics. We're better off than most countries in the world, you know. Let me just add that point. When I compare this system with the countries around us, especially Iron Curtain countries, and I've talked to people who have lived behind the Iron Curtain and who managed to get out with their necks intact, we have the most judicial system in the world. We have the system in the world, the one system in the world which gives you some opportunity at being heard. And yet, it's not flawless, and it's open to political manipulation.
Something that...
Which can't be avoided.
Just very quickly in that same line, if you go into a federal court representing yourself as a pro se attorney, which means representing yourself, you get many courtesies and things that the normal person does not get represented by an attorney. This is a new thing that's just started in the last year.
Right. Okay, that's a good point. Of course, one point I might add again with regard to these courts while we're on the topic, because I'm wound up on it anyway. When it comes to going to fight a court of appeals, again, as fine as our system is, and it's a very fine system, because at least you do have the right of appeal, but you'd better have the money to back up the cost. Otherwise, you have no right of appeal.
It's very good.
Right, it's very costly.
$1,000 for transcripts, please.
Right, well, of course, you know, we're not a perfect democracy, but we're about as democratic as you can get in this day and age, and we hope that it continues to develop, you know. Huh?
We're better than the next best.
Well, I think we're about the best, but at the same time, we've got a long ways to go. Okay, let's get back to what we were talking about on Title 39. Getting back to the stop sign situation now, once again, the law states you do have to stop for the stop sign. It does state that you have to yield right away to someone coming out of a stop street where he has made his stop. And this is true even without the clause that we were talking about dealing with people who are in a line of cars. When a driver starts coming out of a stop street, if he's at the intersection before you were there, you're back here in other words, you're supposed to yield right away. Again, this is something you should know because as a person who is knowledgeable, when you're in this position here and you see an uncertain driver coming out and he's out in front of you, you should behave in an understanding way in handling your car and let him out. You're teaching students to drive, you should make them aware of the fact that they should let that person out, just as they should be allowed to come out of there technically and legally, even though they don't dare fight their way out. Again, when you're teaching, you're going to find yourself in a position where you're going to get the daylight scared out of you more than once. When you're pulling out of here with an uncertain student who has stopped at the stop sign, this guy is back here about a little less than a block away if it's a good long block. He's far enough back so that there's no question about your student being cautious before he proceeds out there. And then your student goes out there, gets hesitant, gets shaky, and this guy bears down on the gas pedal, blasts his horn, and then barrels on through. Again, this is what happens many times, and it happens mainly because this man is ignorant of the fact that once he's out here, once this car is out here, he has to yield right away. When he gets there, though, he'll look at you and shout some phrases at you about how you should watch out, don't you know, have right away, so on and so forth. But again, this is what we've been talking about right along, is that the typical driver doesn't know the law. When you get through here, you won't know all the laws, but you should be better informed than the typical driver. Hopefully you'll inform your students better, so that when you come through an instructor's exam, it'll mean something more than just that you passed the test. Because passing of the test is one thing, and knowing some of the fine points is still something else. All right, now, dealing with the stop sign, I think we've got about all of that we want to discuss at this point, unless somebody else has a point or a question they wish to make. All right. Authorized vehicles. One of the most distressing things that happens to me every day when I'm out on the road, sometimes with students, sometimes if I happen to be just going somewhere and for a change I'm not driving, a friend is driving, is the ignorance of the fact that when an authorized vehicle is approaching, by an authorized vehicle I mean a police car with its lights flashing, an ambulance with lights flashing, a fire engine with lights flashing, assuming that they just don't happen to be sounding their sirens. But even when they're sounding sirens, I found that people don't really understand that they're supposed to pull over to the right and stop and yield right of way no matter which direction the vehicle is coming from. If you're driving along and you see those lights blinking coming towards you, you're supposed to pull to the right and stop. You're supposed to clear the center of the roadway so that that emergency vehicle has a wide open road down the center if necessary to come through. And yet this seems not to be understood by very many people.
I think New Jersey is the worst place in the world.
It is worse. I think they're better in New York. You go into New York and somehow they act more sensible about that. They act wilder about other things, but about that they get out of the way. Here they act as if nothing's going on, and I've seen them do it time and again. And I've been embarrassed. There was some friend or acquaintance that I was sitting with, who did this, where the person had a license. I like to regard them as careful people, and that they didn't seem to know the difference. Yeah.
New York, in certain parts, they have lanes for those emergency vehicles. I know there's certain lanes in New York that fire is part of the road and not lanes. I didn't say that.
Right, yeah, I recall reading something about that. That's, I think that was a wise thing they did there.
They got marked on the street, it's fire.
Yeah, well then that clears up for them over there. But I know in New York, even without the lane markings on the other streets, they behave more intelligently than around here. That is true. Here, probably nothing short of marking the streets like that will solve the problem. I don't know.
It's a very frustrating thing for that policeman when he's going like that to be blocked.
Yeah.
Because he can't do anything about it.
Yeah, right.
He can't stop now and pull you over and ticket you.
Right, he doesn't have
He's
time.
got an emergency he's going to.
Right, he's dealing with a situation of life and death, and he just can't bother with it, even though he wished he could stop and give you a ticket. And he should. By rights, you deserve one, but he can't do anything about it. through. Same thing with an ambulance driver. He's trying to get through, and this person just sits there and meanders around. And again, he should be able to stop, call the police, and say, give him a summons or make a citizen's arrest, but doesn't have time.
Joe, are wreckers considered authorized vehicles?
Wreckers, I don't know that they do, regardless of that. I hate to answer that in the affirmative, I'm not sure. They do have flashes on them, but I don't know that they are given the same right of way. No, they're not given the same right of way.
Now, I wasn't thinking in terms of going someplace, but just coming down here tonight, a wrecker was driving up the wrong side of the highway so he could get in a better position to back up and hook onto a truck. Now, I was just wondering if he is not in fact violating the law by driving down the wrong side of the street.
He is, unless he was told to do so by a policeman. Now, you know, if they told him, look, go down the other side of the highway, put your flasher on, then he would automatically...
The policeman should escort him.
Right.
Or stop traffic for him.
Right, but,
Oh, my car out.
okay, let's see. The authorized vehicles, and once again, there should be no question about that. If you have a student, or if you have an opportunity to teach on this point, make sure your students know that they must yield to authorized vehicles, regardless of which direction they're approaching from, and regardless how wide the street is. Sometimes they say, well, it's a wide street, it doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with it. It's supposed to get to the right and stop, and then proceed. Excuse me? Passing, I think what happened was I just sort of jumped over without realizing why I skipped over it. When it comes to passing now, here again, we want to think in terms of certain situations with regard to passing. First of all, you should know where passing is not allowed. Passing is not allowed at an intersection. It is not allowed on a hill. It is not allowed on a curve. It is not allowed at a railroad crossing. What else? It is not allowed on the right except under certain conditions. The exceptions where passing is allowed on the right are as follows. You have your intersection. The driver ahead of you is making a left turn, signaling that he's turning left. You are allowed, if you're back here, you are allowed to pass on the right. It is illegal to pass a vehicle that has stopped to allow a pedestrian to cross the street. If you're stopped behind him, it is illegal to, if he's stopping and you're behind him, it is illegal to pass him. This is the statute. If any of you doubt it, I can look it up for you, but it is here. With regards to passing, when you're passing, you're supposed to make an audible sound, by the way. You're supposed to toot the horn. Again, right here in the statute, the driver of an overtaking motor vehicle not within a business or residence district shall give audible warning with his horn or other warning device before passing or attempting to pass a vehicle proceeding in the same direction.
That's awful broad. Everything is business or residential.
True, but if you're out on the highways, yeah, right. If you're out on the highways, why, it's expected that, especially if you're a lone car coming up on a truck that a truck driver doesn't expect you to pass, you know, you toot and let him know that you're there, and then go past. Or a lone driver sitting there and he's just enjoying the scenery, you're not sure that he knows you're there, you toot the horn and let him know that you're there before you pass.
It's kind of interesting how the different states are like that. New York law, you can't do that. New York law states that the life or death, a life or death situation.
Well, I don't know. I've thought about the New York law, and I've only read it in the newspapers. I haven't read their
That's not
statute.
quite like that word.
Yeah, but I haven't read their statute on it. As I recall reading it in the newspaper, it really isn't that drastic a refinement of the law. I think what they're saying is that unnecessary horn blowing is prohibited. And again, the term life and death is a tricky phrase to use, because if you are a reasonably prudent driver, you might anticipate circumstances developing which could lead to a question of life and death and be justified in tooting the horn. But now if you're an obnoxious driver and you're just tooting the horn to blast everybody out of your way, there's no question about where you stand, and you would get a summons, and the summons would be upheld in a court. I don't know that it's as drastic a refinement as all that. I really don't. And yet, I know what you mean. I'd be a little bit more hesitant about sounding the horn under certain conditions in New York. And yet, if I were passing a driver in New York and he sat there and I saw his car starting to drift my way, and I felt that he thought that he didn't know that I was there, if I thought that he had no concept as to who was around him, I'd toot the horn.
That would be a life and death situation.
Well, as I say, it would be something that could develop into a question of life or death. You know, again, at that point, it's a tricky thing.
Where I was reading that was in reference to the noise level, basically, in New York City.
Okay. By the way, in terms of passing, here's an interesting point to notice, this particular subtitle. The overtaken vehicle is supposed to yield and let the vehicle approaching from the rear go on past him, which means that you're not supposed to run a race. It points out here, the driver of a vehicle on a highway about to be overtaken and passed by another vehicle approaching from the rear shall give way to the right in favor of the overtaking vehicle on suitable and audible signal being given by the driver of the overtaking vehicle, and shall not increase the speed of this vehicle until completely passed by the overtaking vehicle. Now you see, this is really common sense, and yet, how many times have you tried to pass somebody who sat there and sort of, you know, tried to hold you down? You wanted to pass and he starts racing. He's doing something illegal. Now you and I probably sat there many a time, well I knew this, but there was a time when I didn't. I mean, now I've known it for a number of years, but there was a time when I didn't. You and I, we sat there typically and we'd say, you know, there ought to be a law against that. That's dangerous. Well, there is a law against it. Again, you can't afford to put yourself into the position of somebody who's going to go around and be the self-proclaimed, great force in giving everybody tickets. You know, you can't go around making citizens arrests. I've heard people say that. What about citizens arrests? You know, I think you're better off taking the knowledge that you've gained in terms of the fine points of the law and applying it to yourself, and making yourself more observant of other drivers so that when you're in their place, you don't make the same mistake. And you know how to advise people you're training correctly. But you don't have time to run around and give citizens arrests. And I tell you, if you lose your case, you're open to a lawsuit. They can take the shirt off your back. And I feel very strong every time anybody is foolish enough to tell me he thinks he wants to file a citizen's complaint against me. I'm just sitting there waiting for him. Because I know that he'd better be right and he was not. I'll never forget, I had one fellow say he was going to give me a citizen's arrest because I made a left turn to go into my driveway. And on that particular street where my driveway was located, there was a double line. And again, the law says you're not supposed to cross over a double line, but it's saying that in reference to passing. I'll say, here's the street, double line in the center. I had a driveway right here. So I put my signal on, you know, blink, 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 and I wanted to turn in. The fellow was way down the road anyway, you know, but there was no real hazard there. I waited, he was far enough back, and I turned in. And after I get in my driveway and I get out of the car, here this fellow walks up to me and decides he wants to give me a summons. He wanted to make a citizen's arrest. You know, give me your license and registration, that kind of stuff. It's nonsense. Don't ever put yourself in that position. If someone tries that on you, remember, a citizen's arrest is a dangerous thing for him to make unless he's 100% right, and you better make him aware of it to save yourself a lot of trouble too, because it's not an easy thing for you to get involved in under certain conditions. But in this particular case, for example, I advised the person of two things. First, I made him aware that he was not a police officer. I asked him, I said, are you a policeman? He said, no. I said, then kindly leave here because I haven't done anything wrong in the first place, and if you continue to bother me, I said, I might just sign some complaints against you. And I didn't tell him what, but I knew what I would charge him with, disorderly persons. He said, well, I'm going downtown to the station house. I said, fine, you do that. I said, you know my address? You got my plate number? Go on down there. Get off my back and leave me alone. He went down there, never heard from him again. But the man was wrong. You could be 100% right. You could be out there and you could say, I was supposed to be allowed to pass. This fellow is racing me. He won't let me pass. You know, I'm going to sign a citizen's complaint against him. It's going to be your word against his. And I wouldn't do it unless I had the authority. If I happen to be assigned such authority and someone said, here's a badge, you're a special police officer now, that's your function, sure. Then I'd pull him over and I'd say, all right. I'd show him my badge and then I'd say, now we're going to make him sign a complaint against you. And I have to sign it as a citizen because I'm off duty and this sort of thing. And even then, you can be in shaky ground unless you have a witness. I've seen policemen lose their cases in a court where the judge, even though he felt that the defendant was lying, had no alternative but to say, I'm going to have to acquit him. Or if he wanted to take a chance, he'd find the person guilty and suspend sentence. If he thought the person wouldn't fight it in court, you know. Well, it's a legal device that's used where he figures he gives the policeman right, and at the same time he gives the person the feeling of having won because he's not fined and punished, although he can accumulate points even with a suspended sentence. All right, so when it comes to passing then, try to keep in mind that you're allowed to pass on the right under certain conditions only. One, where somebody is making a left turn. The other is if you're on a highway that's a divided highway, and you happen to be in the right lane, and there's a continuous line of traffic all the way up here, you know, in the left lane alongside of you, and your line is moving faster than the line on the left, then you're allowed to pass on the right. But it would be incorrect for you to do this. If somebody's sitting here in this lane, you come up behind him, he doesn't move, and from a legal standpoint, you're wrong if you do that. And I hate to admit it, but I've done it. I think there isn't a driver around who's willing to tell the truth who hasn't done it, because these people who do this, again, they're obnoxious. They're sitting there, you toot the horn, you try to be gentle about it, you toot the horn, and they sit there self-righteously saying, what do you want? I'm driving along at 50 miles an hour, that's the speed limit. I have a perfect legitimate right to be here. You're not supposed to pass anyway. So leave me alone. And he just sits there and ignores you. If you start blasting the horn, you know that you're getting into an emotional exchange and you know that this is the safe way to behave as a defensive driver. And so you have to make a decision. Do you drop back and just pace him? Do you stay to the left behind him? Do you pass on the right? And I think most of us in many instances decide to pass on the right in spite of what the statute may read. But it is illegal to pass him on the right at that time. If you have a student in the car and you have to teach him not to pass on the right. You have to teach him to stay back there. If you're in the car and you can really keep yourself under control, you might have to stay to the right. So you might just stay back there and get to the right. The problem I always have with staying there, you know, is that when I get to the right, if I'm not careful, I'll be creating a hazard for somebody else who comes along and does this. See? And that's why in many instances I feel that I'd rather pass him in spite of the fact that I know it's against the law. I'm not saying that it's right. That doesn't make it any more right. None of us have any business passing on that side anyway. But again, there are times when you have to make a decision in spite of the law, in spite of anticipated consequences if someone stops you and decides to write a summons against you. All right, when you're passing, don't forget that you should make sure that you're far enough ahead of the vehicle you have passed before you cut to the right. You cut to the right too soon and you're in trouble. And the longer the vehicle is that you're driving, the more careful you have to be about that.
Otherwise, you can run the other fellow off the road.
How do you determine? I was going to say, I was reading back some years ago, the best way to determine when you're far enough ahead is when you can see the front of his automobile in the rearview mirror.
All right, this is good, and the safety experts that I'm referring to now, of course, the National Safety Council, have decided that you have to be just a little bit clearer about that. And having been out on the road with students all the time, I know what they mean. Next time you're driving, try it. Look into the rearview mirror, and when you see his headlights, see if it's really safe at that point to cut in front of him. I think you say, well, no, I can see that, but to an inexperienced driver, or having poor judgment, he may not know the difference and say, well, they taught me when I see the headlights of that vehicle behind it, I get to the right, and that still could be awfully close. So now they're saying that when you see his front wheels on the pavement, you get to the right, because then you're far enough down the road to have that safety margin to cut in. Yes?
The truck drivers, they have their own codes in that thing. Trailer fails another trailer. The trailer that gets passed, he'll make it right, and then the trailer goes before that.
Right. The truck drivers have a whole set of signals with their lights.
They have also a light signal to let you know when you can come by them too.
Yeah, right. They'll point their lights to let you know that.
They also have one of the radar traps.
Yeah. You see that one a lot.
For the bus? Yes. Bus driver. Bus driver.
All right, suppose we take a coffee break now. This is a good time for it. And if any of you want to come up here and look at the titles, I have it turned to the sections we just talked about, so that you can look at these in detail. Next time we meet with this particular class, we should have a copy of Title 39 in this form for you each to have in front of you. Now we can go through the whole thing section by section. Right now, I hate to just read out. Article 12 deals with what they call the basic heading of speed, and yet there's more to it than just speed. But it's basically to make you aware of, first of all, what the speed limit is. And then next, to let you be aware of the fact that there are certain things done by people who handle automobiles at speeds which are considered excessive for the circumstances or in a manner which is considered dangerous, and they want you to be aware of what the charges are and what it is called. Take, for example, reckless driving. You've heard about reckless driving, you've heard about careless driving. There's a difference between the two. A person who is guilty of reckless driving is a person who wantonly, deliberately, almost with what might be considered malice and forethought, but in other words, a deliberate thing. He deliberately uses his automobile in a way which is unsafe for himself and or other users of the highway. It's one of the hardest charges for a magistrate to really find guilty on. And it's for that reason that they usually water it down to the next charge, which is called careless driving. But before I move on, let me tell you what the penalty is. The penalty is 60 days, $200 fine. On the first to this type of thing, especially since you asked a question on it, I'll digress a bit and go off to what is Article 14, actually, which includes, among other things, school bus law. Yeah. The school bus law says this. First of all, when a school bus stops to pick up or discharge passengers, and this you should know, and this should show up somewhere in your notes too, regardless of which direction you're approaching that school bus from, you must come to a full stop. No closer than 10 feet from the vehicle. Now, it says there are two exceptions. There are two times when you don't have to stop. The one time is where the school bus is stopped directly in front of a school building and is obviously loading or unloading into and out of the school building. And you may proceed past the school bus at a speed of 10 miles an hour. The other exception is where you're on the other side of a divided highway in relation to that school bus, and say he's coming towards you, in other words. He stops, he's on the other side of the divider. Again, you are allowed to continue through, but you must do so at a reduced rate of speed of 10 miles an hour. So there is a speed limitation on that. Okay, any questions on that?
Is there anything in the law about the bus must be displaying flashing lights when it's loading and unloading passengers?
There is a law that requires the bus to have this equipment on it and in operating condition. And, you know, naturally, if the lights are flashing on and off, this is a warning to you. However, I would dare to say that even without those lights blinking on and off because they may have been defective, you're required to stop and let those passengers, with the idea that the passengers may walk across.
What about a 4-lane divided highway?
On the 4-lane divided highway, again, you are allowed to, if you're, let's put it this way, if you're on the same side of the bus, you've got to stop. If you're coming towards him, you're allowed to proceed, but you must reduce your speed to 10 miles an hour. Yes.
When you stop, buses discharging passengers, picking up children, do you stop behind the bus or can you be in parallel with it?
You should stop 10 feet behind him if you can. In other words, the statute says 10 feet. Let's see if I can't read the exact one, see if I can dig it up here. Here. On highways having roadways not divided by safety islands or physical traffic separation installations, the driver of a vehicle approaching or overtaking a bus which is being used solely for the transportation of school children to or from school and which has stopped for the purpose of receiving or discharging any school child shall stop such vehicle not less than 10 feet from such school bus and keep such vehicle stationary until such child has entered said bus or has alighted and reached the side of such highway, provided such bus is designated as a school bus by one sign on the front and one sign on the rear with each letter and signs at least 4 inches in height. Then it goes on to tell you about the multiple highways and that sort of thing.
And what is it, the bus driver all the time, and it just pulls out without any change. He just changes his lights afterwards, and he pulls out, and then he goes to the next block and he stops again. And you have never had an opportunity to pass.
That's right. That's right. According to the law, you have to stop again, right? Yeah.
I drove a school bus, and I know that it sort of hurts people to have to do that, because I'm in a position where you have lined up the back. But, you know, you have to consider those children. They have to. But by the same token, I stopped, had the lights on, flashing. Children get off the bus, or some people coming down the direction of the barrel, they don't slow down the road, you know, and I guess they figure if it's not on their side of the road, they don't have to stop.
Yeah, and you know, here again that's right, if it's on the other side, they tend to think they keep going. Here again, you know, just as with the emergency vehicles, many drivers are surprisingly ignorant of the law and are really, you know, quite disturbed at the police officer when he stops them and says, now you're getting a summons. And yet, look what the title says, to show you how seriously it is taken into account by, you know, the people in positions to make such decisions. Any person who shall violate any provision of this act shall be fined not less than $10 for the first offense and not less than $25 for each subsequent offense. Now that's not a very heavy fine, but then when you read on, it goes on and it says, the director of the Division of Motor Vehicles may also revoke the license to drive a motor vehicle of any person who shall have been guilty of such willful violation of any of the provisions of this act.
Is that record driving school bus?
This is school buses. I'm just reading on the school bus report. So, I mean, this is the way, in other words, when it comes to a showdown, the director can say, with the recommendation made by the magistrate, as his guide, that he's going to revoke your license just for going past the stop school bus.
The questions that they give on the, what, the 44 questions for the driver's permit
Yeah.
is on a highway that does not have any physical barrier separating the two directions of travel. The school bus with its flashing signals working and stop to pick up or discharge passengers. They have to be stopped when approaching from the front or rear until the child has entered the bus or has arrived and reached the side of the highway. These are on the very preliminary questions.
Right. Well, that's, what you've got there looks like something that some driving schools must be putting out. That doesn't look like the state.
No, this isn't what the state puts out, however, they claim that these are the 44 questions.
That's not correct. I hate to...
What they claim.
No, I don't think they claim that. I think many people assume that because I know that I'm on the phone with this type of thing all the time too. And I have to tell people, these are not the questions. These are only questions that cover in a condensed way the information in the driver's manual. The test only consists of 20 questions.
I was specifically told by 2 driving schools that these were the questions that the 20 questions would be taken from.
Was it a girl that said that?
Yes.
You better call up the owner. You better call up the owner and tell him that this is going on. If he doesn't care, then he's got a problem. No, but as I say, I mean, if they're telling you that these are the questions, now I know why people act like they do. What can I tell you? One of those things. That's time already, huh? It's 9:30. Okay. That's the first one.
Just started?
Well, it didn't sound like
To keep the tapes?
Well, that's almost like having a fix.
All right. Oh, you can take that off. We can stop at this point.
This is Vehicle Code Session 3.
Pedestrians' right to complete crossing. Page 183. Now this is an important section for your understanding of the pedestrians', what can you call it, rights under the law? This sort of thing. And, the position you would be in as a motor vehicle driver who might happen to be in a collision with a pedestrian and somebody decides to sue you over it, as naturally 9 out of 10 times is likely to be the case. 39.4-35, pedestrians' right to complete crossing. No operator of a vehicle shall fail to give the right-of-way to a pedestrian at a crosswalk where the pedestrian, having started to cross with the proper signal, finds himself still within the intersection when the signal changes. And then 39.4-36, the driver of a vehicle shall yield the right-of-way to a pedestrian crossing the roadway within a crosswalk, except at crosswalks when the movement of traffic is being regulated by police officers or traffic control signals, and except where a pedestrian tunnel or overhead pedestrian crossing has been provided. But no pedestrian shall suddenly leave a curb or other place of safety and walk or run into the path of a vehicle which is so close that it is impossible for the driver to yield. Whenever any vehicle is stopped at a crosswalk to permit a pedestrian to cross the roadway, and here's one that we mentioned the other night, the driver of any other vehicle approaching from the rear shall not overtake and pass such stopped vehicle. Now again, you see, if you know the fine points of the law, you're less likely to make some of the foolish mistakes a lot of other drivers make. And again, you as a person who has expertise in this field, by the time we finish, we hope you'll be, you're going to at least be able to answer a question of that sort. You know, suppose I come up from behind and this guy stops to let a pedestrian go by. Can't I pass him? You know what to answer. Or you're with your student. Somebody comes along, starts his car, or he's in front of you, pedestrian starts walking across the street, and then your student says, why can't I go around him? You know, he's over there, the pedestrian's over there, to that side, I'll just swing around and pass. And then you have to give him two reasons. First of all, it's dangerous to do that. You can create a hazard. You can run the possibility of running the hazard, the pedestrian down. Second, if that isn't good enough for you, it's against the law, period. By the way, the one about blind persons is important to know because I'm always surprised, and yet I guess I shouldn't be, that so many people don't know certain things with regards to a blind person. They don't know, for example, that a blind person with a red-tipped cane is automatically given certain privileges by the law under Title 39. Title 39 4-37.1, and that's on page 184, the next page. Any blind person uses a guide, a curved-handled walking cane, white in color and having a red base of 6 inches or more wide. Or any blind person using as a guide a seeing eye dog shall have the right of way in crossing any highway or any intersection thereof, and all drivers of vehicles shall yield the right of way to such blind person, although traffic on said highway or intersection thereof is controlled by signals. Anything in this act to the contrary notwithstanding. This provision shall not apply where traffic is specially directed by a traffic or police officer. So, in other words, they're telling you that if you're driving along and you see somebody with this white cane with a red tip, and you see him probe along and get to the curb and step down, you're going to stop your car and let him go. You're going to yield right of way. And they're saying the exception is where there's a police officer standing there, and he obviously is giving directions other than that, but even then, don't forget, his directions should automatically be based upon this blind person. So that's an interesting portion of the title, the part dealing with the pedestrians, and I think everybody should reread this section. I think when you get home, you ought to go over it carefully and read the whole thing through. Naturally, it would be kind of ridiculous just to read the whole book through from cover to cover here. Even with the apparently great amount of time we have, we don't have that kind of time. So I just hit the highlights for you on that and other statutes like it. And then, of course, if you're doing your job, you should go home and read the thing. I would start at the very beginning and work right on through. The beginning of Title 39, that is. Start with the motor vehicle code right here. At this section on page 155 is where it begins. Yes.
In case someone's not familiar, you might want to ask out of the back of the book. There's updated changes in the law.
All right.
For example, right where you're talking, 39-4-34 has been updated and changed.
39, okay.
With the addition of a barrier in the center of the highway being written in the law. Page 82 in the white. It's very confusing how they're not in law books.
No, let's see. Yeah, right. With the law books, this is standard procedure of this updating of laws. They put a little book in the back, or they bring out another volume, which I've had very little experience with law books. I've had just enough to know what you're talking about, and that's it. Now, let's see. Which title were you talking about again?
39-4-34.
39-4-34. For pedestrians right to cross, okay. I don't see it on 82, on page 82 of this book.
What's the front here?
Pedestrian crossing railroad,
It is on there.
Article 6.
All right, mine says it's page 80.
What's the front of your book?
We got
1970 pocket park.
We got 71 dollars.
Okay, that's the difference.
71, 72.
Mine, you're outdated.
Matter of fact, because we got this book to make sure if you got the new ones in.
Okay, all right, I got my, all right, my book is going to be different. I'm gonna have to go check on our library too, I guess. Or maybe pull a fast switch. No, I wouldn't, but, it's one way of solving it anyway. All right, so let's see what it says here. Title 39-4-34, pedestrians crossing roadways, crosswalks, walking on roadways, where traffic is not controlled and directed either by a police officer or a traffic control signal, pedestrians shall cross the roadway within a crosswalk, or in the absence of a crosswalk when otherwise prohibited, at right angles to the roadway, and when crossing at a point other than at a crosswalk shall yield right of way to all vehicles on the roadway. This is stated in the other portion of the title here, by the way. I just didn't read that. The part of using designated crosswalks, Title 39-4-34, for example, in this book tells you that they're supposed to cross at right angles and that sort of thing.
It's a repeat entirely of that section with the exception of the next sentence that you've got there. It's an added to the law.
All right, then the next section, let's see. On all highways where there are no sidewalks or paths provided for pedestrian use, the pedestrian shall, when practicable, walk on the extreme left side of the roadway or shoulder facing approaching traffic. Is that it? That doesn't seem like a change. Did I skip it? It shall be unlawful for a pedestrian to cross any highway having roadways separated by a medial barrier, except where provision is made. Okay. Let's skip over that. The center island on a road. The center island. Like the Garden State Parkway, like Route 4, Route 17, like 22 out in this area. Bloomfield, I don't know about.
You gotta know what you're saying there, that's a barrier.
Barrier. Yeah, but
But not like that.
That's an aisle. A barrier is a physical barrier. It's the same way as a school bus. We'll still get that later anyway.
All right, once again, this point of watching for pedestrians should be clearly impressed upon your students. This is one of the surprising weaknesses I found in these students, is that they just don't understand, even though they're pedestrians themselves, that pedestrians have certain rights. And, I guess they've had people nearly run them down with automobiles so much, and they've had to jump out of the way and watch out for them, but they figure, after all, life makes sense. Driving the car, he's right. If I'm in the car, the fellow walking better watch out. It doesn't hurt to remind them that even if the pedestrian is right, and just as with any automobile accident, even if the other person is right or wrong, let's say the pedestrian was wrong instead of right, and let's say the driver happens to be 100% right and the court really feels for him after having killed the pedestrian, he's going to have himself to live with after that. And that article in the Record that they had a while back was a very interesting one. They talked about, I think it's about 54, somewhere in the 50s, 54, maybe 57 people in the state of New Jersey who had run down or had killed somebody with their automobile, whether it was a pedestrian or whether it was somebody who was driving another vehicle. Most of these people were in a position where everybody agreed that they were right to the extent that there was probably nothing they could do. And yet every one of these people, after a number of years having passed, was still very sensitive when talking about it, and only 4 out of that total number refused to give the reporter a full interview. Only 4. One of them happened to be a lawyer, and he talked about how he still sees the face of the person he killed with his automobile. He was right, the fellow ran out in front of his car. It was a man he had killed. But he still sees the man's face. He wakes up at night, and he calls people, this sort of thing. I heard a state trooper talk to the kids at our high school last year, and he was very impressive in the way he brought this out. He explained how he had been at the scene of an accident where a man was involved in a collision with another car. The driver in the other car had gone through a stop sign, and the tragedy was something along these lines. The man was with his wife, who was going through the stop sign. His wife was thrown out of the vehicle due to the impact, and she was decapitated by the stop sign. He was wrong, by the way, and that man sat there just sobbing, holding his wife's head in his lap as the policeman got there, and all he was doing was saying, "I'm sorry." The other fellow who collided with him had guilt feelings nevertheless. He decided somehow, maybe if he was more careful, he could have avoided the accident. Probably he could have. He probably just being a little bit ornery, sitting there and saying, "You're going through a stop sign, I'll show you." He showed it. The state trooper pointed out that this man called him up to this day, always calling him, trying to find out, "Don't you agree that I was right?" It's pathetic, to hear about it. So often people don't think of the consequences of an automobile collision, whether they're right or wrong, when it causes the loss of life or limb. I've known people who have killed children with their automobiles, and they've never gotten over it. I've known 3 people, and the one person I met while I was in the service, the kid ran out, one of these, I think it was in Jersey City, the kid ran out from between cars, ran him down, killed him. The court said, "You're right, you poor fellow, it's just one of those things," but he had a nervous breakdown anyway. And he wasn't ever right again. He talked about it, he just every time he talked about it, he got hysterical. He didn't go raving, but like he tried to laugh, that type of hysterics. The other person that I knew was a woman who had killed a boy on a bicycle. And again, the court said, "You poor thing, it wasn't your fault. You couldn't possibly see him the way he came out from the side there. You were where you belonged, you did everything right, obeying traffic signals and what have you." She never got over it either. She had come to take lessons to try to get over this fear and this feeling that she had. And she never did. She said, "In fact, I can see I have to take lessons every so often. It was like this man calling up on the phone, don't you agree that I had nothing else that I could do," so on and so forth. He needed constant encouragement. The other person was a fellow who was a teacher. And this happened out here in New Jersey, and I don't know which town it was, whether it was Jersey City or it was over in that area, Hoboken. Again, he killed somebody. And again, the poor fellow, everybody agreed, the court said, nothing you could do about it. The kid ran out there, you did the best you could, so on and so forth. It affected him to such an extent that he left his regular teaching job and he took off on a mission for the cause of humanity. He went to another country to serve for practically peanuts and pay, and this sort of thing, but serving what he felt was an important cause of humanity. Again, forever plagued by that feeling of guilt that he had run somebody down with his automobile and he wanted to make it up to humanity. Probably all of us get feelings of this type, and of course, you don't have to kill people to feel that way. I'm in the field that I'm in right now because I've known people who were killed in automobiles and because I've been touched by the fact that perhaps it was preventable. Perhaps it was preventable by the person who was killed themselves, and perhaps it was preventable by a lot of other people around him or her. I was over at a seminar when was it? Well, it was just this week. It was on the 3rd, I guess that was Tuesday before I came to class that night. Right here in Newark, we had a seminar with the Safety Council, and the man teaching that seminar, what's his name again? It's a Spanish-sounding name. Huh? No, it's not Rodriguez. It's, I can't think of it. It's not Valdez. It's something like that. But the man here, he's in the field of safety education on a nationwide basis. And one of the things that he said had such an impact on him was that he was a coach in his hometown in the high school. And he had a fantastic team. He taught them all the things about, using their eyes to watch the other players, and that would tip off the move and so on and so forth. And of course, he applies this to his teaching of defensive driving today. But he said the thing that stopped him was when that last game that they had, it was going to be the final game of the championship series that they were in, and their team was really moving strong. He was from Texas, he came from Texas. And there he was, he had this bunch of boys, there were roughly about a half a dozen or so of the boys that were very close on the team. And one of them, the star athlete, was, again, a good student and a good athlete at the same time. And the boys had they'd stopped over at one of the boys' houses where one of the parent there, she fixed them sandwiches and fill them up with soda and that sort of thing. And the boy was driving home. And on the way home, he was in an automobile accident, he was killed. And the circumstances were such that it shook everybody up, including him. They tried to pep up the boys, they brought in ministers, they brought in all kinds of people to talk. And it turned out that, the spirit of the team was broken, they lost. The man himself, who was the coach, was so shaken by it that when he happened to go to a safety seminar over in some area, and the opportunity was there where he, because of his interest and experience in the field of safety, was given the opportunity to work on a nationwide basis. This was the key thing that made him do it. Rather than any financial motivation, he figured this is something that I'd like to do, and so he did it. Some of you may feel that way eventually. I don't know that you have to feel that way to go into the field. I can't say that I entered the field with this type of feeling, but I entered the field whole heart after being in a field with this type of feeling, where, again, being in contact with people learning to drive, those who have learned to drive, and that sort of thing. I've heard so much, and I've seen so much, and then when it happens to strike home, people personally are killed in an automobile accident because they just didn't put a seatbelt on and were thrown out and landed under the wheels of a truck. And the other guy was wrong anyway. Others, where they were killed in an automobile because their brains were literally beaten out of their skulls by the impact as they were thrown around within the vehicle, even though they were just pulling out of an intersection. The other guy was a drunken driver and hit their car head on, so the other guy was wrong. When you get so you know people, or new people who had that, you can't help but develop a stronger drive in terms of this type of thing. Safety education and driver education in general. When you see kids get a high school course, a teacher says, I think he's a practice active driver. Boy, that kid was easy to teach, he caught on just like that. And that's the kid that gets himself killed in an automobile collision. Then you sit back and you say, hey, wait a minute. Something wrong, something more has to be done. And this is where, again, you can develop your interest. When it's one of your own students and you're running a driving school and you read about them in a newspaper, and you'll have it happen, I've had it happen too, you read about them in the newspaper, and you read the circumstances of the accident, and you say, son of a gun. Maybe there was something I could have done more with this student, something more that I should have done. I won't let it happen next time. So you go out there, you feel stronger about what you're doing. So when you're dealing with your students, you can't hope to put any type of a missionary type zeal in them of that type. But you can get them to face reality. You can get them to realize that if they run down a pedestrian, and even if everybody says, you poor thing, it wasn't your fault, they're going to have to live with it. And we are so conditioned in our society against killing and taking life that this is a guilt feeling that you just don't get rid of. You may think you're rid of it, but you don't. And psychiatrists will tell you that a lot of the problems they have with men coming back from war are related to that type of thing. That's one of the greatest impetuses to any kind of a peace movement, is that people who have been to war and who come back know that there's something wrong about killing, and they know that they shouldn't have been compelled to kill. And so they get all wrapped up in this, even though there's a political angle and they believe in the right of their side politically and what have you. So with automobiles, we're in a position where we don't have to deal with politics, we don't have to worry about fighting wars and that sort of thing, and we're not fighting wars. We're in a different position here. We're here to get people to avoid killing one another out on the highways, and they're doing it at the rate of 55,000 every year in this country. And that's a sizable number. And again, if we could do something about it, this nucleus moving out could inspire other people that they teach in driving schools and they come in contact with in other places. It could make a world of difference. And you can do a lot by just sticking to the law as we're doing. Every time you point out a legal point, the thing I'd like you to keep in mind is try not to tell the students about how if you do that, they're going to take you. Well, I do it sometimes, but don't tell them they're going to take you and they're going to sue the shirt off you and that sort of thing. I do it. But then I do that as a half joke, but then the next thing I do is point out to them, after all, if you did get into an accident, and if you were right, everything is still the same. If you get hurt, it's going to hurt you just as much, even though you're right and the other guy is wrong. If your car is damaged, it's going to be damaged exactly the same way. It's going to take just as long to repair it. You're going to be inconvenienced just as long, even though you are right. And, you know, again, if there's loss of life, and God forbid it's your life, you're going to be just as bad as if you were wrong. And so you have nothing to gain by getting involved in any kind of an accident, whether you think you're right or wrong. You have everything to gain by avoiding an accident, because even the minor accident puts you in a position where you run the risk of loss of life or limb. Now again, let me remind you, I was telling you rather quickly about two people I knew personally who were killed in automobiles, and their speeds were well under 20 miles an hour. I think one of them must have been doing only about 10, just starting to move the car. You don't have to go fast to get hurt in an automobile accident. Now, when you're taking a 3,000-pound automobile and you're hitting a pedestrian with it, he doesn't stand much chance of coming out of it either. And again, if you're right, it's going to be very little comfort to you in the long run. Now, if you've all driven any length of time, and you all have, I'm sure you've had your close call with pedestrians as well as drivers. And I've had them. I sat there and I gasped a couple of times and said, gee, you know, I didn't even see the person. It was just sheer luck I missed them. I'd better be a lot more careful the next time. And again, I start looking even more carefully for these people who might suddenly come out from behind parked cars. So you should impress your students that way. This is why I wanted to talk on this point here, on that Article 6, because pedestrians are so easily overlooked, but as with so much of what goes on in driving, people never consider seriously, or not seriously enough, often enough when they're driving, what's going to happen when they really get into an accident, even if they happen to be right. And you notice that these laws are interesting to the extent that if everybody obeyed the law, you probably would never have any accidents, or whatever collisions occurred would be honest to goodness accidents. They'd really be accidents instead of what is typically the case, you know, collisions or crashes that were not accidental, since they were not really a coincidence that couldn't be avoided, but rather mistakes made by at least one of the parties involved in the collision, and possibly both parties. Most of the time they're both wrong. Most of the time one seems to have the legal right of way, but actually what happens is they both are doing something wrong. One is probably not signaling or not stopping for a stop sign. The other one may be making nothing more than a mistake that he doesn't see the guy not signaling or not stopping. He hasn't trained himself to look. He doesn't care because he figures that's a stop street anyway. And if that's all he does, if that's the extent of his negligence, it's pretty severe. He's still at fault.
Especially because I thought at first it was an article that caused the death, you know, and didn't the little preposition from, whether it was from or not, the word from. So then he used an illustration. Okay, so somebody is killed by riding a horse, and the horse is sold for meat, or going to be, or if it's to be killed because it's dangerous, or if it's a lion to be given to the state. Is that right? I wasn't looking for words like that.
I got a question on the word. Now, how's it used? Is guildomed, or however it's used, is this the act of giving, or is this the committing of the crime, or death?
The article itself.
This is the article.
Yeah, this is how
The diadem of the horse.
I see.
Yeah.
I understand.
Or see, if I shot you with a gun, the gun belongs to the state. They can do whatever they want with it. If it's a gun to kill Lincoln, they'd put it in the museum. That's the deal then.
I see.
Okay, yes.
All right, getting back to that word just for a minute. Don't they use it where they go back and they'll use it, we say the law of 1904, where Jones versus the state or something else? Wouldn't this pertain to the same thing?
Yeah, very much so. This is the type of thing, though, that is actually written into the English King's Law, of which much of our law, our common law, comes from.
All right, now, let me just tell you, all knowledge is related. I mean, one thing leads to another. You remind me of a very ancient law in the Bible, in the book of Leviticus, I think it is. It's in this, let's see if you can get the parallel now to an automobile. To where you are. Here's the law. If someone has an ox, and the ox kills the person, gores it to death, the ox had never hurt anyone. The person is to make what amends he can, but he's not guilty of a crime. But if a man has an ox that is known to be dangerous and gore people, and he does not hem it in, he doesn't control it, and it kills someone, he's guilty of a crime. Is that a good law? Yes. All right. Now, interpret that in modern law. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
This is 3,000 years old.
Okay.
3,500 years old.
You have an automobile, right? And you take it down to the inspection station, and they say to you, your brakes are bad, right?
All right. The brakes are bad.
The brakes are bad. You go down, right? Now you get this automobile, and you take it out and you take it home, and you let it stay there. But on the way going to the inspection station, if you have an accident, right, say just somebody in the back, right, then you are at fault to a certain degree, but they will not persecute you, right? So you get the car, you leave it home, the brakes are bad. You get over and say, well, 3 weeks go by, and you got the red sticker up there and say, well, I think I'll go down to Gordon Market Street. And the way going down to Gordon Market Street, the brakes beat around all together, and you get over and you kill a person. Right? They look at your sticker, and they say that you're in violation. You are guilty. They have a name for it. It's not an accidental death, where you ride off as an accidental
manslaughter.
Yeah. And this is manslaughter maybe 3.
Negligent.
Negligent.
Criminal negligence.
Criminal negligence, because you're taking something away from a person.
Yeah, that's interesting. And that's the kind of thing that you can, in other words, in teaching, this is that extra knowledge that gets people interested. You say, it's important to go to the inspection station in your safety lecture. But there was no law in an ancient book, 3,500 years old, it says how important that is. And you tell them about the old ox, and then you tell them something like that. People will remember, see, because you gave them 2 things to hold to instead of 1, see. It's really good. It's okay. There's another one there, that if you have, if someone falls off the roof of your house, people in Latin America and Oriental areas get up on the roof, flat roof, and they fall off, and you haven't put a fence there on your roof, you're guilty. But if you put the fence up and they fall off, that's all you could do. You're not guilty. I think that could apply to drunken driver. The first time someone went driving, had an accident, that's one thing. But if he's a known drunk and been given warning by the judge, he's a killer. He's dangerous. And it ought to be very serious the way it's dealt with.
I think another illustration of that point, too, might be the fact that loaning someone your automobile to use and not checking whether or not they have a license in order to drive that automobile.
Then you're guilty.
You're guilty. But if you made sure that they've got that license, of course, they give you some reason or give you some sort of justice if there's any harm done by something.
By the way, don't forget to pass that little article around. Did I give it back to you? Okay, I just mentioned this thing that kind of illustrates several things about driving. One, I put this wrong, it's a 200 to 1 increase in accidents on stolen cars. Why? A lot to do with your vocation, yes.
Okay, one of the reasons that there's a lot of accidents, stolen automobiles, one, because they do not know the car. Number two, they're under detention because it's not their car.
Right. See, that's no vehicle. They should know the vehicle, and they should know yourself.
Right.
And that is cool. Cool hand Luke. You gotta be cool.
Okay, and let's see. There's a couple things, so
Well, most of the time it's the fear of being caught, and they're not being aware or being alert.
Attention, they don't know fear, tension, all that. They don't. Okay. So you drive better if whatever tension there is, fuss with your wife, worrying about whether the car is properly inspected, your tires are good. You drive better if everything is in order and you know your vehicle. That's a good point. And then there's a lot of it's kids who've never learned to drive or haven't learned properly. And in the ghetto, a lot of parents right here in Newark, I'm chaplain at Essex County Youth House. I work with kids all the time. Oh, I was just in a stolen car. I wasn't driving it. I never caught a kid yet that was driving it, talking to them. But they haven't had a chance. They hadn't had a dad or somebody teach them. They just hadn't learned. And plus the tension and so on. It's just tremendous increase. So don't leave the keys in your car. Increases danger. Okay, anybody else pick up a word? We're going a little slow with this, but we keep hitting on things. All right, now, one sentence. One sentence. Just give it and explain it.
Okay.
Then we get any reaction. Miss Marcuso may want to rap on it.
All right. The student, I said, I asked the student after class, good morning. Her name is Cindy. I said, good morning, Cindy. She got in the car.
Just speak clearly so Pat can hear you.
She started, good morning, Cindy. So she jumped in the car and she said, oh, she said, good morning, Gene. How are you? I said, fine. I said, you're very effervescent this morning. Right? And that was it.
Spell it.
E-V-E-R-V-E-S-S-E-N-C-E.
Once more.
E-V-E-R-V-E-S-S-E-N-C-E.
All right, wait a minute now. Slow down.
E-V-E-R.
E-V-E-R.
Effervescent. V-E-S-S-E-N-C-E.
Oh, ever? Yeah, I see that. Ever bubbling. Must mean something like bubbling. You see a word in Spanish like this? Fuente. Yeah, it's a fountain, ever-flowing fountain. Okay, that's a good word. And today I went in the bar and ordered ginger ale, and the thing, they didn't keep the top on the bottle. I said, now you're going to have to make this thing tough for me. Put something in it. It gave me some effervescent ginger ale, right? Bubbling. Okay. Any other words? Yes, ma'am.
Afraid. When I came by this one, from somebody having their car appraised, due to the fact that it had been involved in an accident. And the word means to evaluate or determine the worth of.
Can you use it in a sentence for us?
Well, she was there and she was waiting for, who do you call him?
The adjuster?
The adjuster to appraise their car.
Okay. Her car damage was appraised at $850. Get it very specific. Yes.
Or buying a piece of jewelry. Be sure that you're getting the worth of the item by having it appraised prior to buying it.
Right. And buying a house. I see the word praise in there. Is it worthy of praise? It is, it's a word. Okay, that's a good word.
Going back to the word yesterday, LMS, do you use that word, person that talks a lot? Does that make sense?
Yes, very often. If they're just talking nervously, no, but if it's got a brightness to it, if it's bright and beautiful, it should be beautiful, right? Like that girl was feeling good.
This morning, she was.
I think, I'm sorry, and if it's the type of talking I think you're talking about, I think there's a word loquacious.
Yeah, loquacious is just talking. Loquacious. That's a good word.
How do you use that word?
And that comes from the word logos, which means word. Loquacious would mean be just using a lot of words.
Right.
A neurotic person telling about their mother-in-law and all their accidents and all the operations they've had could be just loquacious, but it's not. But it's more bodacious than it is effervescent. Okay. All right. Words are a lot of fun. When I was a kid, I heard President Roosevelt make up a word. Right on, he used to have these fireside chats. And none of y'all are old like me.
I remember.
He made up a word, discombobulated. And you wouldn't know what it meant in a way, but you could tell by hearing it that it meant confusion, being, it's a word that just sounded like what you said. So you may make up a word to put across something to a student. Who knows?
The New York News had a word today in it.
Okay.
Goldzinger. Goldzinger. Goldzinger.
What does that mean?
Well, over in Europe, I understand the monetary system.
Yeah.
Right? And I read the whole article, I just saw it. U.S. applies the Goldzinger to the monetary system in Europe, or something else. Right? And this means, you know what a zinger is, right? You're giving somebody the shaft of the business, right? So what they do is they give them the gold in Europe to business.
Yeah.
Well,
European market thing, I guess.
Rhetoric.
Okay, now, I want us to talk a minute about the criteria of good communication. Criteria, and what does that mean? That's a good word. Criteria. What? Basics. That could be, but because you use the basics, they meet the criteria. I think they're two different things.
About rudiments.
No, the criteria would be, the standards for appraising good communication. How do you appraise a good communication? How do you know it's good? See, that's the criteria. Like the criteria of a good car are certain things. It has to do with its balance, how it handles, and how long it'll last, and its motor, and how much gas it burns. People have different criteria, that they set up. Okay, and we know that the basics of automotive engineering have to go into that criteria, underneath it. The criteria is how you appraise. Now, what is the criteria of good communication? Yeah.
Well, I think it's to get the message across.
All right. We could be so complicated. Get the message across. Now, this is your goal. When you're communicating, you got to get the message across. When I had spent the night in jail once for speeding. I was taking my ring down to the girl I married, my first wife, same one I've always had, and I was speeding, and that cop was tough, and I was broke. I had to go back 20 miles, and I didn't have credit cards way back then, I don't think. And I had just enough money for my gas to get on down to Miami, my home. And that cop was tough, and I just had to spend the night in jail, and there's a murderer in that cell. So the sheriff felt sorry for me, young kid, so I got to go on the other side. and it was Christmas Eve. My brother had been in the war, most decorated Marine in the world at that time. Sunk an aircraft carrier at Midway, and I taught all that, getting married. My sister had been in China or Hong Kong someplace, and we're all together for the first time. Couldn't make it. Gonna get it. So I spent the night in jail. That was really something. A great experience. And you know, I couldn't get the message across. There was no way, because his mind was set in a certain direction, and I couldn't change it. I failed in my communication, because getting the message across also has something to do not only with understanding. See, that's what you're after. You want them to understand, and also action. What I was trying to do is get the right action. So your communication, I think, now you're going to help me, to get this, but basically, I think it'll come to action or to feedback, as was said a while ago. Feedback, say it back, be able to say it back. Your message gets across if, one, you get a response, or they can feed it back, because people don't have to agree with your message, But if they understand it, they can give it back to you. It would be a heck of a thing if every message you had was received, understood, and acted on. That would be too bad. The world would be in confusion, because you may get your message across, but it may be the wrong message, because we're not right all the time. When it comes to God or somebody up the ladder like that, Mr. Nixon probably thinks he has the right message, or McGovern, but down my level, it'd be bad. But these are the things that they understand, and it gets the appropriate action or feedback. Now you're communicating, for instance, a message about your driver's school. If you do not get an appreciable amount of understanding, you won't get an appreciable amount of action, right? So you have to get the understanding. The people have to be able to know enough to tell you back what you're driving at. So you can get like 1% of your telephone calls with a commitment, or an interview, or 1,000% of your letters. 1 out of 1,000 of your letters to get a response, or 1 out of 10,000 of the readers of the Star Ledger or El Dario, will write in, send in the little tab you put in there, the little coupon for the first free lesson, or whatever little gimmick you've created to get people started, see? So this is basically what really matters. Did the message get across? Now, one time there was this area is pre-message I guess you'd say constituents. The pre-message, I don't know what the word is, but elements, I guess it'd say elements. The elements that go into the pre-message. I think I have the name written down over here, and I didn't. Okay, that'll do. I didn't write it down. It's very important for some things to take place in order for someone to understand. For instance, every time we start to talk, everyone in here started screaming. We couldn't do it. So you have to make sure the situation is such that people can get the message, whatever you're using. They have to be able to get it. So if you want to advertise for Newark people, and you put it in the New York Times, you've not created the right situation. If you want to ask a girl to marry you, like I did, I had, when I went down with that ring, I had to get there, see, and I was in jail, and I wasn't getting there. So a lot of us make plans, you know, but we don't get the contact. You've got to make sure. You can't be communication without contact. Could a guy in Florida court a girl in California, marry her, and have a baby that way? Ain't easy. Have to have contact. Got to get together. You've got to get the message to the receiver. And the job of the messenger is not just to have a message, but to do what is previous, to plan and work in such a way to get it there. Now, I did give my watch to the sheriff as I was broke, and he signed gave me a receipt, and it was worth about $100 for the watch. And then I was able to go on down 4 o'clock in the morning, on down. I got to Miami, and then I turned scared. But the important thing was to get the message across. Now that little ring was a symbol. That little, I had a magnifying glass to go with it. I was kind of making $25 a week, and all I could eat back then. And so that little ring was a symbol, and I turned chicken, and I was afraid to give it to her after all that. So I bought some lifesavers, and I took one. We were on the way from her house to my house, and I took one, and I put the ring in this little lifesaver thing. And then I gave her the lifesaver. She took the ring. Do you know that she immediately knew that we were engaged? I mean, she...
All right. All right, just a quick review. There are 2 basic speed limits in the state of New Jersey, and there's a 3rd speed regulating condition that you should be aware of. You have 50 miles an hour out on a highway or in an area which is not built up, and you have 25 miles an hour in a business or residential zone. In both cases, unless otherwise posted. And then in all instances, even where there are no speed limit signs and you notice there's a school zone, you automatically are required by law to reduce your speed to 25 miles an hour and proceed with caution. This is especially true during the hours when you know that children are going into school or coming out of school, such as in the morning, noon hour, and around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that sort of thing. You should be aware that with a school bus, and we talked about the school bus law last time, but somebody did bring it up. The school bus law is such that you must stop for a school bus which is loading or unloading, no matter which way you're approaching it. If you're coming from behind or you're going towards it, you must come to a dead stop. You must not stop closer than 10 feet from the vehicle. And there are 2 exceptions. The one exception to that is where the vehicle is pulled over to the right and parked in front of a school building and is obviously loading into and out of the school building. And then you may pass it at a reduced rate of 10 miles per hour in speed. Or if it happens to be on the other side of a divider highway coming towards you and it stops there, again, you may pass by, but your speed must be reduced to 10 miles an hour. Now with the traffic signals, you should know the traffic sequence, you should know the position of the lenses. Title 39 4-109 tells you about the position of the lenses. Now, this may sound kind of silly to be emphasized, and yet, if a person is colorblind, he has to know this. If you happen to have a student who is colorblind, then you have to make sure that he is aware of the positions of the lenses. So on page 192, title 39 4-109, When a vertical arrangement of lenses is used, red shall be placed at the top, amber in the middle, and green at the bottom. When it is necessary to place the lights horizontally, the order of the lights shall be red at the left, amber in the middle, green at the right. So the red light is at the top in a vertical arrangement and to the left on a horizontal arrangement. They talk about the height of signals, the visibility of signals to traffic. Some of this is important to know from your own standpoint because, you know, if you're in a position of having been involved either in an accident or where it was a close call or somebody decided to write a summons against you or that sort of thing, and it turns out to be a visibility problem, you should know, as Title 39-4-112 says, that you're supposed to have the lights made plainly visible to you. And so it says, traffic control signals shall be so located as to be plainly visible to all traffic to be regulated, and shall provide at least 2 indications for each approach at the intersection. At least one signal face shall give an unmistakable indication to traffic approaching, as well as passing through the intersection area. This shall be accomplished by means of posts, brackets, mast-ons, or cables, so located that at least one signal face shall be to the right of or over the traffic it is intended to control. And I witnessed an automobile accident while I was teaching a lesson one day. And it happened this way. Somebody was coming out of a side road with a traffic light which was green facing her. Well, her, it was a woman driving. The truck driver was coming along right alongside of us in his vehicle. He had a red light. He never saw the light, and he went right on through and there was an accident. A woman was thrown out of the car. She wasn't injured seriously, though. She was thrown out of the car. The truck driver was apparently wrong, except that as I drove through there again, I noticed what really happened was this, something that nearly happened to me once. The traffic signal was vertical, like that. Now what happens is, this is fine and dandy if there's nothing in your way, but I don't know how many feet ahead of that signal, there's a big power line that goes across there. And you're back a certain distance, and that power line is here. Okay? You go up another distance, and that power line is here. And that truck just happened to hit it at the right time. He was moving along. He looked, he saw a green light, or maybe he saw nothing. There is a point where you come along, you don't even see the green light. Whatever happened, I know that from this stage on, he looked up and he didn't see the amber flash. We did because we were lower to the ground in the car. With a car, you don't see you when you're a certain distance away. And then he got to the next position. He never saw the red. Again, because this was in the way. Only, I don't think he knew what happened. And the fellow was pretty well shaken up, you know. And then next thing he knew, there was somebody pulling out to the left. That's not doing it. By the time he reacted, there was an accident. He had a good case. Of course, unfortunately, I was never in a position to help the man out. I did leave my name to everybody involved and said I'd be very happy to testify. The insurance agent from the girl's company, the girl was thrown out of the car, did come over and talk to me and asked me about what happened, and I told him what I saw. I mentioned this, but naturally, since he was the girl's agent, he ignored it. He said, let's forget that, let's go on to the next thing. Now, it's too bad the man's insurance agent didn't get in contact with me because I would have gladly told him this information. And, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I should be reporting to the authorities. Right? I mean, if you think about it, that's something that I should be doing. One day maybe we'll pick up a phone and call them up. Who knows? Write a letter. Probably a letter written will do more than just a call on the telephone. All right, so you have that sequence of signals. You should know them. And under this, naturally, you should put down the sequence. Now here's something you should be aware of. The period or cycle of a light, Title 39-4-107. It's a fine point. It's a point easily overlooked. And if you come to one light and say, that seemed like an awfully short amber. That was an awfully short green. Well, this light is staying red forever, Well, here you should realize that they do have some variation which is allowed. So the period or cycle shall be based on counts of turning and through traffic and study of turns, special intersections, distance between intersections, and speeds permitted. Now, in other words, they're saying that when they put up a traffic signal, if it's done properly, first of all, they don't do it without approval of the state, which is something else mentioned in here somewhere. We'll find it in a little while. They're supposed to have at their disposal information which shows them, first of all, the speed limit in the area, the amount of traffic going through on a survey where they conducted the count of vehicles, how many people make turns, how many go straight through, and what have you. And then base the length of time that all of those signals stay on that study. If they don't, then you happen to be in a situation where you're fighting for your survival in a court, that might be a very interesting and important point. Hopefully you never get to that position. None of us would like to, but if you're in a position where you're advising in a court, don't be surprised if someday you find yourself in a position where you might be requested as a consultant. Again, as you move into the field more and you're in it long enough, you might find that people might ask your opinion. My advice is keep your nose out of it as much as you can, unless it's worth your while financially, but you can get into something like that and a lawyer can rip you apart, a good lawyer. All right, then under the signals you have a left or right turn. They point out that at this point you can't make a left turn or a right turn on a red signal unless you have a special indicator. Title 39-4-115 and 39-4-116. Turns are not allowed on a red light. This may be changed. The federal government is acting to get all of the states to say you're going to make right turns on red lights. You're going to be allowed to. But at this point, it's illegal. They will say that there are special circumstances in Title 39-4-116 where you can make a turn because of a green arrow. You see that around here in Newark, so I don't think I have to dwell on that too long. The beacon or flashing signal, that's where you have a flashing red or a flashing amber. Title 39-4-119 on page 193. Flashing red. The flashing red signal means pretty much what a stop sign means. And here it is. Flashing red. The red lens, when illuminated with rapid intermittent flashes, shall require drivers to come to a complete stop before entering or crossing the intersection. And it's important to notice that they don't say anything about traffic. They're telling you have to do this even if there isn't a car in sight.
A complete stop?
Yes.
I always consider that like an amber,
All right.
With caution.
Right.
It was a complete stop.
Right. Well, you see.
Even with no traffic?
Huh?
Even when there was no traffic, I was thinking you can proceed cautiously and continue, but I was never thinking I was supposed to make a complete stop.
All right. Well, see, this is what it's all about. This is why more training is needed. This is why nobody should be allowed to get a driver's license unless they've had a chance to really have some working over a basic traffic law. The typical kid in high school should know this if he's had a high school driver ed course. Ask your son, he'll tell you. And yet the typical driver, such as you, doesn't know. That's not surprising. Don't forget, many of us would be the same. I'd be the same way if I didn't have my training.
Well, I mean, if I saw traffic, it'd be a different story, but
I know
mean,
that.
when there was no...
I realize it.
near there.
That's the point. And you see, the law says that you come to a dead stop, period. It doesn't say if there are cars. It says you come to a dead stop. Same thing when we read about the stop sign. If you're the typical driver, you say, yeah, but if there's nobody around, I just keep going. I slow down, I'm just barely crawling, I look around, I go through. It's illegal. See? Why? Can you see why why they made it illegal? There's a reason behind all of these laws. You think about it a while and you say, well, I don't know, it sounds kind of stupid. If there isn't a car in sight, it could be 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm out here driving, there isn't anybody there. I don't see anybody. It's a wide intersection, I can see in all directions. Why should I have to stop? Isn't that kind of stupid? Well, it is kind of stupid if you don't consider what could happen under certain conditions. You know, the luckiest thing that could happen is you get a ticket. That's the least, that's the simple thing, and you'd be lucky. Because suddenly somebody said, hey, look, you weren't supposed to go through that light, and you'd find out. But what could happen? You come up to the intersection. You think there's nobody there. So there's some wildcat down the road doing 80 miles an hour, barreling down the road. You'd never see him. You'd never know it, did you? You know, it's one of those things. Because all he has is a flashing amber. He's supposed to slow down and be cautious, but he's not going to be cautious. He figures he's got right away, and he just keeps his foot down. Who knows? Maybe he's being chased by the police. You don't know who the other driver is, don't forget. And if you have the habit of stopping at that blinking light or at the stop sign, you put yourself in a position where even this type of person should not get you involved in an accident. He could be drunk. You don't know. You don't know whether he's sane, sober, or whether he even has a license. So that's the reason behind all of this, is to put you in a position of defense. When you get to that light, if you stop, and you're doing it instinctively, through your training and experience, you've automatically done something that will make it 99% unlikely that you're going to get into a collision at that intersection. Now, you can still get hit. You can be at a dead standstill and a drunken driver plows into your car head on. Or a guy coming down behind you barrels into you from behind because he didn't think you were going to stop. You know, he didn't think you had to stop either, you know, that sort of thing. So, you can still get into an accident, but you're less likely to. You can avoid the guy from behind you by flashing your lights. You hit your brakes 2 or 3 times way back, let him know you're going to stop. You hit those brakes, you hit him once, you hit him again, you hit him again, you know. And then if you're practically stopped and he looks like he's going to ram you and you look around and you see it's clear, you might have to move out of the way to avoid getting hit. But that's a lot different than getting there without ever intending to stop in the first place. That's different.
You know, one point you was made about the turning on the red light, turning right on red. In the state of Florida, you can do that. And I found myself, like, living here. I'm originally from Florida, but when I go there on vacation, I'll find myself stopping. And you'll have people who can, you know, who's used to the law.
Lean on the one.
And they, one time I almost got hit because I stopped.
Me too. I've been down there and I had the same trouble.
Yeah.
I go down there, you know, and I'm so used to stopping. You know, light changes, I stop, beep, you know, it's
Like,
embarrassing.
It'd be good if they make it national, you know, the law as far as turning on the red light.
Well, there is a movement towards that. I got some articles later on, maybe if I have time, I'll bring them out during the coffee break and show you them. They're mentioning just that type of thing. Okay, then, so that flashing red means stop. The flashing amber tells you to be cautious, and here's the way it reads. The amber lens, when illuminated with rapid intermittent flashes, shall indicate the presence of danger and require drivers to proceed only with caution. Gotta flip the tape here.
Oh, I didn't know it.
I didn't
Did it
either.
pop up by itself?
No,
Oh, I was waiting for it to...
that doesn't matter. Tries to keep these below the wraps. Okay, then, a lawsuit is a question of being in a position to defend your rights if you're in a position where you have no choice. This is one of the comforting thoughts that I carried with me, is that most of the time I know what my rights are, and therefore I don't fear too much when I have to deal with people who don't know what my rights are. It doesn't make me an obnoxious person most of the time, unless they really push me. You know, somebody gives me a hard time. I told you about the people come out on the road and say, "Paul, don't go," and that sort of thing. And there is a point where I get kind of nasty, you know, and then tell them to get the heck out of the way, or else, and that sort of thing, or else, you know, or I'll consider some sort of action. But generally, it puts me in a position where I can maintain a cool head, and you should be able to do the same. You stay cool. You tell them, please get out of the way, you're impeding my progress here, and you don't have a legal right to stop my vehicle, which is lawfully in the roadway. If you persist in doing that, I will have to take the proper legal action under the Disorderly Persons Act, which is further back, and I'm going to read that later with you, because you should know what a disorderly person is, for your benefit, for your protection, when you're out there teaching, or your instructors are out. I've never had to take anybody into court with that, by the way, but it's something you should know about. I say, if you know where you stand, if you know your rights, you're in a better position. Talking about knowing my rights or knowing what is correct, I never forget the day that a police officer in my own town, when I was new in the field, had pulled me over to the right and wanted to give me a ticket for allowing a student to go to a red light. And he was convinced he was going to give me a ticket, you know. And the only thing that he did that gave me a chance, because I'm not in a position to argue with him, you never are anyway, was that he said, why did you let the student go through the light? He wanted to hear my reasoning. And I explained to him what happened. I said, here we were, the light was green. We were trying to make a right turn. The drivers coming towards us kept cutting across. The student, being a new driver and timid, was afraid to move the car throughout the green signal. We moved up, we were blocking the crosswalk, but she was afraid to move any further. Then when the light changed to red, I had the student complete the turn so that we would not continue to obstruct the crosswalk and block a portion of the intersection. Well, he bought that. But again, if I didn't know that I'm supposed to do that under the law, then you see, he would have never been reminded of that, and he would have written out a ticket, and I'd have to go to court to talk about it. The judge may listen or the judge may not. Okay, then the placing of a traffic signal. I don't know that you have to write this one down, but you should know about it. That official, Title 39-4120.1, official traffic control systems shall be placed only by the authority of a public body or official having jurisdiction as authorized by law and only for the purpose of regulating traffic. And then they go on in the next title to tell you that you have to get approval from the State Highway Commissioner. Now, in some towns, there are actually traffic signals that have been installed by the town itself or the city itself, where they have not received approval from the state. These traffic signals are illegal. However, nothing ever happens unless somebody thinks to check into this, and a lawyer would do it, where an accident occurs or where somebody's given a ticket in particular at that intersection, and the lawyer looks into everything, and it turns out that that signal shouldn't have been there in the first place. You won't generally win a case on a technicality of that type. Frankly, if you were running a red light, they caught you, you could always be given a summons for careless driving anyway, at the very least, and it would hold up even with a traffic signal there, I'm sure, in most instances. But again, if it boils down to a question of that light and whether it's supposed to be there and whether it was a reasonable regulation of the flow of traffic, since it had not been approved by the proper authorities, you could have a good case. Right? Here's a man with a legal background. I think you buy that one. Okay, we're ready to move on to Article 14. Article 14. Article 14 deals with turns. Turn signals, it says hand signals, starting and stopping.
Of the turn, F and S to stand for stopping and stopping.
Now this is the key to being a good driver, in addition to other things. But if you can't make a good turn, you're going to be in sorry shape, especially in a town like Newark, when it comes to being a good driver and a defensive driver. And you're going to be in even sorrier shape if you get into some kind of an accident or a collision and your car isn't where it's supposed to be, unless it was pushed into the wrong place by the impact. It's on 193, page 193. Now, Article 14, it's on the right side of page 193, halfway down. They talk about right and left-hand turns. And then they explain to you what is a correct turn. And notice the law requires you, by the way, to make a correct turn. And once again, the law never says that you're excused from making a good turn if there are no other cars around you. It says that you shall make a turn a certain way, period. So that when the other car is there, you'll automatically be doing the right thing. Now I'm going to skip down to part A where it says right turns, because the beginning is just an introduction saying this is the way you're supposed to make your turns. Right turns. Now for right turns, both the approach for a right turn and the right turn shall be made as close as practicable to the right-hand curb or edge of the roadway. Now, what does that mean? Because this is where you can get into some real tricky situations. I've had students go down to a test and the inspector says, you're too close to the right for your right turn. Student comes back and says, you told me to make right turns staying way over to the right, and he told me not to. Well, you know, there has to be some judgment applied to the situation. For example, if you're making a right turn, around the road like you should, if you're sitting here in a car and you're making a right turn, and your car is way over here, you know, like that during the turn, about that far from the curb, that's him standing there, and he steps off, he bumps against your car. You're too close to the right. Unfortunately, the title doesn't say that, and you're in a very strong position from the legal standpoint, going strictly by Title 39. You're in a weak position when it comes to showing reasonable prudence, reasonable judgment that a good driver would want to show. So you should try to leave enough room so that if there happens to be a pedestrian there and he steps off the curb, you're not going to hit him. Whether he has a right to do that or not is beside the point. Also, you want to be close enough so that another driver cannot squeeze in on the right side. And these days, the motorcycles have got a problem. For a while, it was Volkswagen. For a while, I'd get over where I think I was pretty close, and some little Volkswagen would squeeze in on the right, and there I am trying to make a right turn. Now, the left turns. And this is the one we're most interested in because this is the one about which you're going to have most debate. We've already talked about turns the other night, but it's worth dwelling on again in terms of at least reading the statute. Now, once again, they point out to you that you have to be careful when you make a turn. And that's the first thing that they start to tell you. Left turns at any intersection where traffic is permitted to move in both directions on each roadway entering the intersection. An approach for a left turn shall be made in that portion of the right half of the roadway nearest the center line thereof, and by passing to the right of such center line where it enters the intersection. And after entering the intersection, the left turn shall be made so as to leave the intersection to the right of the center line of the roadway being entered. This is where the policemen stop reading. And this is the next thing that they should read. Whenever practicable, the left turn shall be made in that portion of the intersection to the left of the center of the intersection. So what were they saying? That's a lot of words. And again, I have no intent to malign police or anything. the fact is more and more of them are getting to be knowledgeable about this type of thing and really know better. But again, I can tell you that I've seen people teaching at the college level in the field of driver education who should know better and who still teach something other than this. In other words, here's where you belong with your car. And this is one of the hardest things to get new drivers to do. I mean, new drivers, you get them out there and they want to sit out here somewhere at this point, somewhere in this position. They want to be where that exit is somewhere. They don't want to get near the line. And even worse than that, they watch the guy ahead of them who's got a license making a turn. And then they try to imitate him. Now, here's the exact center of the intersection. If you make the turn according to the way it was described in Title 39, you're supposed to do this. And you're supposed to end up over here. See? Well, what happens is they go and watch somebody else make this turn. This guy comes out here and just swings around like that. And they think that's the correct turn. Now, again, see, the question is, that doesn't say anything about traffic conditions. This is the way you should make a turn all the time. You're always supposed to make your left turn that way. Not just when there are cars around, so that when cars are there, you're in the right place. And so that way, when there's a car coming in this direction over here, and the driver wants to make a turn, he can turn at the same time. And so that if there's a car over here, and the driver wants to make a left turn, he can turn at the same time you're making your left turn. Right? And so this guy can turn at the same time here, making his right turn. Now, once again, if you have the attitude, and I still say you got to practice what you preach. When the time comes, you're going to have to do this yourself. So you teach it to your students with more conviction, and frankly, you benefit more by your own instruction too. You're going to have to do this yourself. You're going to have to do this when there are no cars around, when you're the only one in the car, and you're going to teach your students to do that. And again, the students will say, as many experienced drivers, you know, that's kind of stupid, frankly. Why do you have to do that? No cars around. It could be 3 o'clock in the morning. You see there's nobody there, so why do you have to be so careful? Again, we're creatures of habit. If your habit is to let your car wander all over the road because there's nobody around now, it doesn't make much difference. When somebody's around, now you have to make that extra effort to get where you belong. You have to scamper to get out of the way before you get hit. Or he has to scamper to avoid getting hit by you. So, if your habit, on the other hand, is that you're always going to make your turn exactly as you should, then you're always in a position, first of all, of having a good defense in the event an accident occurs. Naturally, your best advantage of this of obeying the law to that extent is that you're not going to get into an accident. You're going to be less likely to get into an accident. You're going to make it easier for the other driver to do something that's going to make it less likely to collide. There's only one thing you have to watch for, though. Again, most drivers don't make good turns. I think it's one of the 5. It's the 5th leading cause of accidents in this state. Incorrect turns. And this state, and another state, this fellow is probably in the habit of swinging out here for his right turn. So when you're making a left turn, watch out. When I'm here with a student and we're out there, I tell them, watch for the other driver. Well, I'm right. Sure, you're right, but that's got nothing to do with it. Don't you see? If he's going to swing wide, you're going to have to stop or you're going to get hit unless you get through there first. But if everybody did this, you see, if everybody really knew the law, if everybody knew that they were supposed to do this in the first place at all times, and did it, you'd be eliminating one of the 5 major causes of accidents in the state. Incorrect turns. Yeah.
The reason why they go on the left side of the road when they make their right-hand turn is because most of the corners are too sharp, and they're not rounded enough for them to make a decent turn.
I don't agree with you.
They're too close to the edge.
I don't agree with you because this can be true in certain areas.
That's what I mean.
But the main reason they swing too wide is because they don't slow down enough. And one of the biggest problems I have when I train people to become driving instructors is to get them to drive the way they're going to teach. The guy tries to go around the corner and make a turn at 15 to 20 miles an hour. He thinks that this is correct, and he's going to teach somebody to drive. He's a typical driver. And then I have to take him and train him how to make a correct turn. And I purposely pick out streets that are more like this than like this. You're right about certain areas being like that. But again, I'm talking about the typical driver. And the typical person that I try to train to become a driving instructor is the typical driver. He means well, he's a sincere person, he wants to be careful. But he's out there doing everything incorrectly with all good intentions. He says, well, the reason I turn wide is because, they make the corners improperly, Well, nobody else does it anyway. It takes too much time. I have to go too slow. I can't do that. So he goes around the corner at 10 to 15 miles an hour for even right turns, which is too fast. When you teach your students to drive, and when I get you out there behind the wheel, we're going to work on it that way, you'll find that the correct speed for left turns, and there are exceptions, especially here in Newark with some big wide streets. Basically, it's 8 to 10 miles an hour for left turns. It varies a little bit. You can go faster sometimes. But basically, in a residential area, you can't do more than 10 miles an hour for a left turn. For a right turn, you go half that speed, 4 to 5 miles an hour. You're going faster than that, you can't make a good turn. The other reason drivers don't make good turns is because they sit there and their timing is off. They wait too long to start turning. They don't know for sure when to start turning. And then they start shuffling the wheel instead of using a natural method of wheel turning called the hand-over-hand method. So they sit with their hands down here and just give the wheel a spin. You're not typical because from what you told me, you thought your son other than that. But you watch a lot of experienced drivers, you see what they do. Or they're sitting there with one arm on the window and they're just trying to turn with one hand, that sort of thing. Technically, according to the law, you're supposed to make a correct turn every time. And you have to go slow enough to be able to make the turn. Okay. You should know, they have a diagram in this book. This is a good book for that reason. They show you the diagram on page 194, spelling out the details of correct turns. All right, now let's skip down here to title 39-4-125 on page 194. Turning on a curve, grade, or place where view obstructed or state highway marked with no U-turn sign. Now notice the title is inclusive of two things. One, where you're trying to make a U-turn. The other, where you're just trying to turn in a place where the visibility is obstructed and there just doesn't happen to be a sign that says you're not allowed to do it. And so they spell it out for you again. It's common sense when you think about it, legalized, put down on paper. The driver of a vehicle shall not turn such vehicle around so as to proceed in the opposite direction upon any curve or upon the approach to or near the crest of a grade or at any place on a highway where the view of such vehicle is obstructed within a distance of 500 feet along the highway in either direction. And no such vehicle shall be turned around so as to proceed in the opposite direction on a state highway, which shall be conspicuously marked with signs stating no U-turn. I've had men become instructors who, even after the instructor's exam, apparently didn't understand this portion of the title, just because maybe it wasn't spelled out in terms of the title. They asked a quick question. 5 times when you can't make a turn or something like that, or when should you not turn? We had something, and he may give the wrong answer. This is one of the criticisms I've leveled against the exam. In other words, you could be asked a question about whether or not you could make a turn under the conditions that they specify as being illegal because they're dangerous. You could say, oh yeah, sure you can make a turn under those conditions. Let's say it's the only question you got wrong on the instructor's exam. All right? The inspector does not tell you that you got that wrong. He just tells you your score is, it might be 98, So you go out there and you're going to teach somebody to do something incorrectly, and I've seen it done. I've seen an instructor where I was fortunate enough to catch him there, teaching a student a 3-point turn on a curve. You read what that says. He said, all right, now I'm going to teach you how to turn around. It's a curved road, and he's going to teach 3-point turns. He's an expert. He's supposed to know all the answers, and he doesn't know that he's not supposed to make a 3-point turn on a curve. I've seen high school teachers the same way. high school driver ed teacher. I go and take a look, and the guy's in a curved street, you know. And he doesn't seem to know that it's illegal. And common sense-wise, he should know it's dangerous anyway. That's why it's illegal. Or, I've seen it the other way, where they go and they're on a hill, and they say, okay, turn around. In fact, I could criticize the instructor's exam that was administered to me because they took me up on a hill. They said, all right, I'll make a 3-point turn around. And, you know, we were practically at the top of the hill. And I looked at him. I said, but, he said, you heard me, turn around. He said, I'm not asking you to do anything that will cause you to fail because it's illegal and so on and so forth. And I said, but, he said, that's enough, make the 3-point turn. I made the 3-point turn. But it was illegal. Only he didn't know it. So, that didn't hurt.
What's the student of 3-point turn?
A 3-point turn, my term is one that we use in our particular area, my high school and the people working in my driving school. We all use the term. It's a turn where you turn around in a narrow street. In other words, you take the student into a narrow street like that, and you tell them, let's turn around and go back the other way. The car is too big to make it in one sweep, so they go forward once, and they have to back up like that, and then they go forward again. The first point is when you go forward, the second is when you back up, third is when you go forward. Now, it's got different names. Some people call it a Y turn. I've heard it called a K turn. I've heard it called an S turn. I've heard it called a broken U-turn. I've heard some people just say it's a U-turn.
Yeah. How would it be asked if we were asked on an examination in both cases?
They would ask you about turning around. In other words, if the inspector gives you a student a test, he knows about the divergence of terms used, so he'd say to your student or to you, if you were behind the wheel in the instructor's exam, turn around. Or teach me how to turn around here. You might do that.
You said something about the times when you don't make a U-turn, 3-point turn, which time they are?
Right.
You said how many were there? 5?
I'm just going to write down U-turn to cover the whole thing. You don't make a U-turn or a 3-point turn on a curve. You don't make it on a hill.
So I'm going to ask a question. Would they expect you on the examination when you got to make a 3-point turn? Would they expect you to answer you about they watch that?
No, they would not. Not today. There was a time when they would. Today, no. However, they might, as an instructor, on the instructor exam, they might tell you to demonstrate your knowledge of hand signals at some point along the way. Now, he wants hand signals throughout the test. He'll tell you that. They don't anymore. I know when I took the test, they said that you hand signals and nothing else. But today, it's not like that. So, it's on a curve. On a hill, you're not allowed to make a 3-point turn or a U-turn. You're not allowed to make it where your visibility is obstructed or you can't see clearly for a distance of at least 500 feet. Yeah.
Well, that applies to your hill turn. I'm sure you have a visibility about the direction and
well, you know, as long as you're not right up on the hill itself, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. It depends on the speed limit there, too.
I wouldn't do it anyway.
But, yeah, that's about the way I do it. I really wouldn't do it
The guy's
anyway.
coming up the hill.
Because
You
the
don't know
guy's
how fast
barreling
he's
over the
going.
hill, and there you are. He's coming downhill, his brakes don't work, and you're hit.
Never.
So, but from the legal standpoint, there'd be nothing wrong with it if your visibility was not obstructed for 500 feet.
Actually, 500 feet is not much if he's really going, boy.
Right, it isn't much. Good point. But again, as I say, it was a fine point of technicality. I think it's worthwhile to bring it out.
That's 4. Did you say 5? And then an intersection.
The other is any place, well, naturally it's an intersection, but any place where you could, where you would obstruct traffic. In other words, if you're under traffic conditions and you're turning around, it's going to obstruct traffic. So, you know, suppose you wanted to make a turn, I hate to say Broad Street, but some street that has as much traffic as Broad Street, some of these other streets back here.
How would they want the answer?
You
just stay
turn around. You'd say anywhere where it interferes with traffic.
5 parts of the U-turn. Where you can't, where you can't make.
5 places where you're not allowed to, yeah, they do, as a matter of fact, right. Okay, so it's good to get those points down, the 5 points. I'm not a good writer, I don't want to write on board that. The 4 points. The 5th one was anywhere where there's no potty around. And the other is where there's no U-turn sign, that would be another. Yeah, that would have them all, that would be fine. Now, Title 39-4-126. The typical driver, again, being well-intentioned, doesn't know that the law requires him to give a signal. Every time he starts, every time he stops, every time he turns, even if there isn't a soul in sight. And again, he rationalizes, it's kind of stupid. There are no cars around, what have to signal for? You'll get students you teach, and they'll come back to you and they'll say, my husband was yelling at me, or my brother was yelling at me, and telling me I was mighty stupid to be signaling when there are no cars around. That really shows I don't know what I'm doing. And I have students come back and say that. You know, he told me I didn't know what I was doing because I'm signaling when there are no cars around.
My son's after me all the time. I don't see nothing, and I'm giving those signals. He says, signal. You're supposed to signal all the time. That's why I don't see nothing. He's been giving me hell before I start taking the course, you know. Now I realize.
Well, again, the reason, this is typical of what goes on, though. You know, the kids go home and the parents pat them down, or you teach another person that's an adult, and they go home and everybody else tells them you're being a nut. You don't have to signal, you know. So here's the title. No person shall turn a vehicle at an intersection unless the vehicle is in proper position upon entering the roadway as required by section 39-4-123, or turn a vehicle to enter private road or driveway, or otherwise turn a vehicle from a direct course, or move right or left upon a roadway, or start or back a vehicle, unless and until such movement can be made with safety. That's the first thing they tell you, that you have to be careful. Then it says, no person shall turn any vehicle without giving an appropriate signal in the manner hereinafter provided, in the event any other traffic may be affected by such movement. And then it says, a signal of intention to turn right or left when required shall be given continuously during not less than the last 100 feet traveled by a vehicle before turning. No person shall stop or suddenly decrease the speed of a vehicle without first giving an appropriate signal in the manner provided herein to the driver of any vehicle immediately to the rear. The signal herein shall be given either by means of the hand and arm in the manner herein specified, or by an approved mechanical or electrical signal device, except that when a vehicle is so constructed or loaded as to prevent the hand and arm signal from being visible, both to the front and rear. The signal shall be given by a device of a type which has been approved by the division. And then they go on and explain, when the signal is given by means of the hand and arm, the driver shall indicate his intention to stop or turn by extending the hand and arm from beyond the left side of the vehicle in the following manner. And then they talk about the left turn. Hand and arm extended horizontally. It should say even here, but it doesn't, that your fingers are supposed to be together and palm forward. Right hand turns, this is not, I think this old title that I have here is even more specific than that. Well, anyway, yeah, Title 14 is here. Yeah. Well, no, it says the same thing. Hand extended horizontally. Okay. Right turn, hand and arm extended upward. Stop or decrease speed, your hand is extended downward. Backing or turning in the street. Title 39-4-127. And here again, I never forget when I sent a man down to the instructor's exam, and he tried to do this with the inspector in the car. Of course, he didn't ask me about it before he went down there, and it was an oversight where I didn't mention it to him. This was the first fellow that I trained, and it's going way back. It says, no vehicle shall back or make a turn in the street if by so doing it interferes with other vehicles, but shall go around the block or to a street sufficiently wide to turn in without backing. That speaks for itself. Now, getting back to the signals again, once again, the logic as to why you have to signal. Even though there are no cars around, you try to realize that suddenly things can change. You look in the mirror, you look ahead, there's nobody there. You see the intersection about 200 feet ahead that you want to make a turn at. When you get about 50 feet from the intersection, all of a sudden a car goes by, and so you slow down and you might even have to stop. Then next thing you know, you look in the mirror and there's a guy coming up behind you. You're not signaling, so he's ready to go around you. Had you been signaling that you were making a left turn, he'd see your signal, and he'd react to it. This is why you should give that signal, even where it may not seem to be specifically required by law. Yes?
But do you really feel that your brake light should be a signal as far as stopping, rather than giving a hand to you, thinking, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They accept that.
Yeah, right. They accept that. I don't think they expect you to stick your hand out the window every time you stop anymore. When I took the test, they did. But I don't think you have to do that anymore, except under certain conditions. If you're making an unexpected stop and you want to warn them, then you have to try to get the window down and put your hand down. By unexpected, I mean, let's say you're going to stop in the middle of a block down there, and it doesn't seem obvious to the typical driver. You roll the window down, you stick your arm out, and then you signal right through the direction.
Remember the old 24 thing that they had on the bus when you could pull it, and the big thing you could snap about that long, and it had the stripes on it. Do you remember that bus?
I remember, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, the bus driver had a chain, they pull it right, and you pull it, the thing will go out like this.
Well, how's about it? Want a coffee break? Because we go much longer, you won't have time for it. Buckle Up or Face Jail. This is dated August 2nd. And it's where the federal government brought out an article to the effect that soon motorists will be required by law to fasten their seatbelts. And they're going to see what that state will, act upon this. It said during the next 90 days, the department will be thinking about this, giving people a chance to respond and react to some of these ideas. One of them is that they're going to allow people to make right turns on red lights, as they do down in Florida. It's going to be standardized throughout the country. They're going to make it a crime to drive with 0.10% blood or more alcohol in the bloodstream. Right now I think it's 0.065, something like that. They're going to require you to submit to a preliminary dress test. This is going to be mandatory. They're talking about, in other words, a lot of things, including, and I'm looking for that part. Yeah, here it is. States also would have to mandate some form of instruction for new licensees. And if this happens, why, this is the type of thing that you'll all be getting in on the ground floor. You're going to have a head start. You'll be some of the new blood coming into the field. And you'll be some of the best prepared people we have in the field, too. Aside from those who have experience and training, you'll be some of the best prepared. As compared with a guy who just goes out and applies for a job with a driving school, and this includes my driving school and all the driving school owner does, and that includes me. He takes the guy and he pumps the information into his brain that he needs to pass that instructor's exam. He takes him out and shakes him up a little bit about what he has to do to get through the instructor's exam. And then the guy goes down and passes, and he walks around and calls himself a driving instructor. You're going to be a better instructor than that because you're going to have more training behind you. And as I was mentioning to one person here privately, you'll have better business training in terms of running a driving school than I have. Well, maybe you won't, because I'm going to try to sit in on those courses too. They have people coming in, some of the later phases of the courses, where they're going to teach you how to run a driving school from a business standpoint. And I don't mind admitting that I have all kinds of training and that sort of thing, experience in the field of education, but I'm not really a very good businessman by virtue of my training. There are some things I've picked up by ear and I've gone along and I've done fairly well considering how ignorant I am of really good business practices. But I'd hate to be the one to give you business training as to how to run a driving school, even though I can give you certain hints, certain ideas that might help you. But there are people coming in who really know what they're talking about from a business standpoint. And as I say, you watch out, I'll be sitting there alongside you in those courses. You'll be, as I say, you'll be part of a whole new breed of people in the driving school field, a breed of people that we've needed for a long time. If this goes through, you know how these things are, something can drop out of something and that's the end of it, but I think this time they really mean it, something's going to happen. The other articles deal with, one of them deals with a crackdown concept on drivers, which I don't know that I entirely agree with it, but it talks about how they're going to take all of the inspectors out, remove them from the test areas, replace them with civilians, and have the inspectors out on the road giving people tickets and summonses as they catch them violating the law in certain areas in particular where they've noticed that they've had a high accident rate and especially fatalities due to the types of accidents. I don't know, I've never considered punishment, needless punishment, as an ideal way to teach people anything. I would rather appeal to reason and education. If the inspectors go out there and do a job of education, if they go out and give them warning slips, I think they can serve a very good function. But if they go out there and give tickets, they're going to stir a lot of resentment. They're going to have some unfortunate reactions. People are going to become probably only careful to see that there's no cop or no inspector around, as so many of them are now anyway, rather than really sincerely understanding what it's all about and trying to obey the law. Yeah.
I noticed, and the point of contention with me is, with this radar trap in the state of New Jersey, they just stick one up and wait for it to come along because they're trying to make money. But in some states, that's illegal. They have to post signs, so many hundreds of feet signs saying, radar, radar inspection so far, up the road. This alarms the driver if he is being a little too fast, if he's going too fast, to sort of get himself together, But not here in New Jersey, boy, they're sitting there waiting like buses on the rail.
Yeah, in fact,
I disagree. A lot of places, they get over and have signs. Speed check by radar. Don't say it. You go up a half a block and see a car there.
No, it's not what I mean.
Yeah,
no,
they have it posted.
Just to see a sign saying that there is
posted.
well, the radar check,
process of radar.
but the radar check, it serves its purpose. But I think, unfortunately, it can be an unfortunate tool. See, if you're taking a lot of people who have clear records and you're giving them a lot of summonses, you're giving them poor records in a mechanical way like that, then I don't know that the device is doing what it's supposed to do. If you're out to make everybody a traffic violator, then radar is a great device. And I happen to have been included on that thing. I've gotten myself a ticket on the radar, And I'm not saying that I was right. That's not the point. I was violating the speed limit, but I think the circumstances were such that no radar device could understand the circumstances at hand. The heck of it is, I violated the speed limit. Again, I didn't know I was on radar. I violated the speed limit at a point where I had no choice. I was going downhill. It was a wet, rainy day. If I had used my brakes to slow down as I came over that hill, I'd have broken into a skid, and there was a car right alongside of me. I would have hit. And I had the family in the car. So I just stayed off the gas as I went downhill, which was the only sensible thing to do. I saw the speed was high, but I couldn't do a thing about it. But as soon as my speed got back down to normal, I did what I wanted to do. I got to the right, and I was driving in the right lane at 50 miles an hour in a 50-mile zone, which is what it was. And it was dropping a little lower than that at the time, because I was just keeping to the right. And all of a sudden, I see this police car come from way down the road, lights blinking all over the place. He pulls up behind me. I was beneath the speed limit. I certainly didn't think he wanted me. And next thing I knew, I was pulled over to the side of the road, and he told me that I was speeding, radar, blah, 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 Now, you see, if this is what's going to happen with radar, then where's the value in it? Because the other guy who rides along and says, hey, there's that vehicle, it's a radar trap. Hits his brakes, slows down, and he's all set. Somebody comes along the other side, flashes the lights on and off, hey, it's a radar trap, and he slows down. I think you gain nothing by punishing people, as I say, who really don't have to be punished to be taught something. And this is what's wrong with the penal system as it is now. Unfortunately, the traffic laws are designed as a part of the overall penal system. They're out to punish you rather than to give you an opportunity to correct and improve. And so You go out and you start out without signaling. If there's a cop standing there and he wants to carry the law out to the letter, he gives you a ticket for pulling away without signaling. This ticket means you go to court, they find you guilty, you get points for a moving violation, and you go up before the judge, and you're going to be paying a fine. All right? If that's going to make you become a better driver because you're so afraid of getting a ticket next time that you're going to watch out, then maybe they have a point. But I don't think that that's what happens, as you see by the chronic violators. The repeat. The guy comes back again, he comes back again, he comes back again. Finally, they pull his license, that sort of thing. It's one thing to take a person like that. If you have to punish them and you have no choice, fine. But when they take a person like you or I who try not to violate the law, and they're consistently punishing us under certain conditions like that, then there's something wrong with what they're doing. Now, I haven't had many tickets. I've only had one. That was the first ticket I've had in about 18 years. But, there's a ticket that I got, and I was foolish enough to say, so what's the difference? I stand on my record, which was foolish. I should have gone to court. But I would have lost the case, yeah.
Are they going to educate the police too?
They're moving in that direction. They're moving in that direction to educate them.
Because the motor vehicle, because they seem to know much more about the law and this respect than the average police.
Yeah, they're doing it. They're moving in that direction. That'll take a while for that really straightens out. But I know in our town they got the police going to school for degrees in criminology now. And the good thing about it, they are getting psychology courses. They're becoming a different breed of policemen than they used to have before. Okay, let's move on with the Title 39. Yeah.
Do we keep these books, or is just a loan to us? Can we
The
write in them?
understanding I heard from Dr. Carmichael is that they would be loaned to you for the duration of the course. You'll probably have to hand them in again, unless something changes. This is the last word I got. Yeah.
I spoke to him tonight. Matter of fact, I'm in the process of trying to buy one. And he said that we could buy them. He'll check with him next week sometime. And so they can make arrangements to buy them. In other words, maybe buy the two you got. And he said use those funds to buy additional books for another course to put in the library.
What happens with new book or used book?
The one you use. No used book.
New book or used book?
At the end of the season, it'll be used.
You got to use it. You the one that I'm buying what I got. That's not what I got.
His price, new or used?
Well, he told me the price. $7 and change for the sports and light driving, and $12.60 for the other. No, they didn't give a discount on that. I didn't think they would. Because I talked to them up there. And she sounded like a judge to me.
Okay. Now let's get on with Title 39 here. Title 39, 39.4, 127.1, railroad crossing. The duties of the driver. Now, railroad crossings are probably one of the most overlooked types of hazards in this area. In an area such as this, where it's more urbanized, people tend to feel overly protected from the trains. And some of the most miserable accidents that have happened have been up in this area, closer up to my area where I live. They've had some real abuse. A woman was killed, a 29-year-old woman was killed earlier this year. Her and her daughter were killed because she couldn't wait. This is in one of the nearby towns up there. She went around the gates that were down and the train came through and boom, they were killed instantly. It didn't have to happen. If she obeyed the law, it couldn't have happened. There are other crossings which didn't even have gates, and they finally started erecting gates on some of those and some of the other towns around us where all they have is a light that blinks on and off and a gong that sounds. And if your windows are rolled up and you're not looking around for that light, you don't know that the train is coming. You can get hit. And they've had people killed at those crossings. They average about between 3 and 5 people killed a year in that area, just in the crossings around that area for a 5-mile radius. So this constitutes a genuine hazard, mainly because people aren't aware again of what the law is and what the law requires them to do in order to make sure they're not going to get hurt when they come to such a situation. So it says, whenever any person driving a vehicle approaches a railroad grade crossing under any of the circumstances stated in this section, the driver of such vehicle shall stop within 50 feet, but not less than 15 feet from the nearest rail of such railroad, and shall not proceed until he can do so safely. Now, a lot of your students are going to ask you, where do I stop? You should know the answer. You should know that they're not supposed to stop nearer than 15 feet from the nearest rail, and not further back than 50 feet. Again, it's only an approximation, telling them that you can't stop too far back, and you want to stop far enough back that you're not going to get hit by a passing train. And then it says, the foregoing requirements shall apply. 1. When a clearly visible electric or mechanical signal device gives warning of the immediate approach of a railroad train, in other words, you see the signal, or you hear the clink, 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 you have to stop, even though you don't see any gate coming down. And then 2, a crossing gate is lowered, or when a human flagman gives or continues to give a signal of the approach or passage of a railroad train. 3, a railroad train approaching within approximately 1,500 feet of the highway crossing emits a signal audible from such a distance and such a railroad train. In other words, when you hear a train coming, you hear the whistle blow, even if you don't see the train, stop. It's as simple as that. You're supposed to stop. The law requires you to stop. You obey the law, you're safe. And then it says, an approaching railroad train is plainly visible and is in a hazardous proximity to such crossing. In other words, you don't hear any sound, but you see the train. It's there. You stop.
Even when you're expecting.
Yeah.
Speaking of trains, my wife and I were coming from the airport one afternoon. She was driving the car, so we're coming out of the airport on the highway, and there's a big Greyhound bus bearing down on it, you know. So I thought she would stop, but she pulled out. And I said, what in the world are you doing? She said, he saw me, I had to run away.
That's right, that's it. That's it.
She was 50 miles an hour, and she couldn't have a driveway in front of the bus, so she had to ride away. She was out there first.
Yeah.
Did she make it? We made it, thank you.
Oh, you wouldn't be here.
You had your seatbelt down and your shoulder harness on?
How dangerous flying was.
Right, well, with us it's the other way. When I drive, maybe I'm not as good a driver as I'd like to believe I am, I don't know. But I sit there, my wife is sitting there, and she'll tighten up, you know, and worry about, didn't you see that, didn't you see this, and that sort of thing. And what it is really, in her case, she has a depth perception problem. One night I'm going to bring some equipment in so that you can test I'll test you and you test yourselves, you test one another, you get to use the equipment. The depth perception test shows that she thinks that something is really closer to her than it really is. And so she'll see something and, she'll get all shaken up and worry about it. And the result is when I'm driving and she's alongside of me, I have to tell her to close her eyes because I'll make a normal move out of the traffic where it's really safe and there's no real problem there, no hazard. And she sits there, blinking her eyes and covering her face.
Oh my God.
But I get back at her. I sit on the other side and then I bawl her out. I play driving instructor, So. Now, but she has an instructor's license too.
How is she driving though? How does she drive?
She's a good driver, and yet she does not do all of the things that she should do to the extent that I try to do them. For example, I have to yell at her to put a seatbelt on and shoulder harness. She'll put the belt on, then I sit there and I stop moving and I pull over and stop again. You don't have your harness on. I don't need the harness. You're going to have to put the harness. I never wear it when you're not here. So when I'm here, you've got to wear it. She finally puts on the harness. This sort of thing. It's that type of battle. And I try to say some kind words and all that. Go on. Yeah, right. A lot of little things like that. She probably doesn't do as much as I do. And yet she's a careful driver. I'm more meticulous about it. I may not be as good a driver as she is in spite of that. I only try harder to be a better driver. It doesn't mean I'm really better. She might be better than I am. It would take other people to evaluate that. I'm not really that objective when it comes to that. And I'd like to think I am, but I don't think so. Okay, then, with the railroad crossing, here's the final point that I wanted to read because that's the one I told you about. Somebody killed up in our area doing just this. It says, no person shall drive any vehicle through, around, or under any crossing, gate, or barrier at a railroad crossing while such gate or barrier is closed or is being opened or closed. Now, if that person who was killed with her daughter had abided by the law, again, no problem. She'd be around today, but she and her daughter would be alive. Two people killed needlessly. Either she didn't know the law or chose to ignore the law. I don't know. Nobody will ever know the answer to that. However, the newspaper article did say that the person went around the gate in spite of a policeman standing there blowing the whistle trying to stop her. So, one of those things. She probably wanted to save a few minutes, and now she's got the rest of eternity. It's a rough one. This is what happens to a lot of drivers. You watch them rushing, and you see it every day when you're on the road. They rush, and all of a sudden they've got all the time in eternity. If they're not killed, maybe they've got all the time, until their bones heal and they're in the hospital, that sort of thing. And if you make the mistake of getting into this conflict with a driver who doesn't care, then you are in the same boat, You have to be willing to let the other driver go, in spite of the law. And I had that even last time I was driving home from there. This fellow, the long-haired fellow in a Volkswagen, and I had my Volkswagen, came along, and here he was. I was driving through Clifton, the area on Route 46. The speed limit's only 35. So I happened to be in the left lane starting to pass when we got to the 35-mile zone. So I dropped back my speed to 35. Here's somebody on the right. He wanted me to get out of his way. He pulled into my lane, blinked his lights on and off. I couldn't move. There was somebody else on the right. So I stayed there. This fellow was on my back, annoying me until we got out of Clifton. Speed limit's 50. And again, I was trying to get to the right, and he whipped into the right side. I looked at him, and he just whipped right over, and he's going to start passing. Again, there was too close a space between the car ahead of me and my car. Now, I didn't know what to do. If I dropped back, I might have been hit by him, and then I had somebody behind me, so I accelerated a little bit. And sure enough, he whipped right into the spot behind me, and there he was. Right on my back, blinking his lights, and, I got out of his way, and I got to the right, and of course, and he drove by, shaking his fist, all kinds of things. But there, I did nothing wrong. Now, if I wanted to argue with him, I'd have had an accident. I would have paid the price along with him. Someday he may have to pay the price. So there's the way you have to think when you're driving. You never sit there and allow yourself to get emotionally involved with that other driver. Whether you think he's right or wrong, it's not worth it. It's like arguing with a man with a gun. Okay, let's see. I think we've got that railroad section out of the way. The school bus law, we talked about that last time, so I won't read that through, but 39-4-128 is the school bus law. You can and you should read it through sometime.
That
Yes.
particular one has been revised.
Excuse me?
That particular one has been revised. 128.1.
All right, I don't have the book out on that. Here it is. In this big book, it's on 190. Where am I at? The wrong side here.
What page is that, 190?
It's on 195.
The revision on page 90.
The revision's on page 90.
What I want to ask you,
Yep.
these here numbers you're giving us on these articles on 26, 27, are you stressing these particularly because of
No. You don't have to memorize the numbers.
No,
However...
No, you're misunderstanding.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
For the test, are you particularly giving us these particular ones to really study, or just read?
All right, this one that I told you about, the railroad crossing, I mentioned that purposely because you'll be asked questions of that type.
Now, what I want to ask you, the ones you gave us tonight, are the ones that you want us to really know by heart, more or less?
Practically
Or are you
everything.
going to let us know which particular one that we
We're
should
going to
really
home
know?
in more on the test itself, but I'd say practically every one that I took a lot of time with that was a major point, such as railroad crossings, turns, that sort of thing, signals, anything like that. The pedestrians being allowed to cross, you should know that. Anything that I put any emphasis on that way, although I did pick out things that aren't necessarily required for the instructor's exam. For the reasons I've always mentioned that you're supposed to know more than just enough to go through an exam and
Yeah, I realize that. I was just trying to figure out which one we should...
Right, the school bus law, for example, you should know. The railroad crossings, you should know that. And there is another section here on the railroad crossings that I skipped past. I won't read it, but it tells you certain conditions with regards to certain types of vehicles and what they're supposed to do. For example, they'll tell you that certain types of trucks have to make a stop. Trucks carrying inflammable materials, buses or omnibuses carrying more than 6 passengers have to make a full stop. Somewhere in here, I don't know whether that's the one, but one of these, and I'm not reading that one through, will tell you that it's illegal and unlawful, in other words, to shift gears on a railroad crossing. You're not supposed to shift gears, you stay in gear.
You're supposed to open the door, right?
And the bus driver opens the door basically because he has to stop, look, and listen. He opens the door to hear, to listen. You know, a lot of people think that you I never get people telling me that you stop to, when you stop at the railroad crossing with a bus, you stop because if you want to get out and walk across the tracks, you can. That's not true. That's not the reason they stop. Let's see. Article 15 deals with accidents and reports. Now, I'm not going to read all of it. It isn't necessarily important that you memorize the entire section. Well, that's one of the things. But you should know that in the event of an accident, there are certain responsibilities you have as a driver. The first responsibility you have, and it's even spelled out in the statute, is that you have to see to it that if there are any injured parties, that they are cared for, that you call for help and what have you. The next thing you have to do is to make sure you exchange information with the other drivers. When are we supposed to quit? Is it 9:30? You mean I'm working overtime when I do this?
Keep something for him at 9:30.
We'll finish next time. All right, look, we'll have to stop. I won't stop. I'll let him take the tape recorder now. And we'll finish up this and then we'll leave. We'll finish up this one section.
Why don't you go ahead? Action reports been revised too.
Huh?
Action reports have been revised too.
Okay.
Would you like to keep this tape?
Yeah, just pop it out and I'll keep it. A little sketch of what happened at the intersection or wherever the accident happened. Make a quick sketch. Write down a quick few sentences. If you possibly can get the composure to do it at some point during, all of the hustle and bustle that's going on. But the first responsibility is to any injured person there. And I never forget situations where people have refused to exchange credentials. It's against the law to do that. You have to tell somebody who you are when you've gotten involved in an accident. And if you hit a car and you keep going, you're guilty of hit and run. You have to stop. The law says you're supposed to stop. All right, you're supposed to, if you have more than $200 worth of damage to either one of the vehicles, or if there is a person who is injured, even if you had no damage to your vehicle, if there's an injury, you must file a report with the Director of Motor Vehicles, and you're given 5 days in which to do that. Okay, I think we can leave that for tonight. We'll pick up next time where we left off.
Next is Vehicle Code, Session 4.
With regard to that type of thing, as far as the law is concerned, and suppose a certain requirement exists, let me call your attention to certain details you have better watch for in dealing with an accident. I think I never cease to be amazed at how sloppy people get when it comes to making a note of the information that's going to spell the difference between their being held at fault and their being regarded as somebody who really doesn't handle a vehicle in a careful way, where they handle this information in such a way that you really wonder about whether they understand the implications of it all. So try to keep this in mind. if you are ever involved in an accident, and the chances are good that you may be, or if you're not involved in one and you're one of the lucky ones, there's a chance that those working for you or with you may be involved in an accident. Be careful that you follow the procedures very carefully. Not only from the legal standpoint, but from the practical standpoint. I've seen people, with regard to accidents, as I say, behave in such a careless way that they never seem to get the information down that is most important. You should know the other person's driver's license number. You should know his name. You should record the number of his license. You should... Oh, the page we're on, by the way, is page 196. You should make sure that you know who owns the automobile. Does he own it? Does somebody else own it? You should note the license plate number. And if you have the time, ideally, you should be able to get more information from his registration. Frankly, at a time like that, you generally may not be able to sit down and take a look at his serial number, even though today they have it up on the cars after 69, they have it up on the windshield by the driver's side. They may not be able to do that. It may look too conspicuous. But don't forget, it's very important that you can identify who you were involved in an accident with, whose car it was, what the plate number was. And then you should see to it that he has the same information with regards to you. When you are doing this, you should also draw a quick sketch of the circumstances surrounding the accident. Try to realize things change. Mental impressions can change. And, you might say, let's see, was it this way or was it that way? Was that 5 feet away? Was that 10 feet away? This sort of thing. So where you have an alternative and you have the time, be sure to note the circumstances. Draw a diagram. If possible, have the police on the scene. Now, a word of advice to you, you are not required by law at this stage to make a statement. The police officer usually asks you if you care to make a statement. Frankly, there are times when it may be best not to make a statement. However, you have to realize that when you refuse to make a statement, this can almost be a partial indictment against you too. And yet, you could be perfectly justified in not speaking if your emotional state is such that you feel that you would not give a rational answer at the moment because of your feelings. If somebody were killed or something and you're just so shaken up, or somebody were hurt, or you fear somebody was killed, this sort of thing. You could be justified in saying, I care to make no comment at the moment as to what happened. I'd rather wait till I have composed myself and can talk to a lawyer and seek counsel as to how to phrase my statement so that I don't inadvertently say something that could be used against me. That may sound kind of slippery to the policeman, and it may sound kind of slippery when he writes this down as a statement you may make, because you might think you have presence of mind to say that much, why don't you say something else? But I've seen people do it to themselves, where they say, they make a report, they say, yeah, I got to the intersection and he got there before I did, or at the same time, and then I hit him, instead of saying what really happened. The person is so intent of being honest that he makes a statement which somebody can pick up and wrap around his neck in a court. The fact may be he didn't hit the other fellow any more than the other fellow hit him. It would have been more accurate for him to say they collided. So be very careful of what you say. And yet, don't try to, I'm not telling you to be dishonest. What I am telling you to do is to recognize that when you make a statement at the scene of an accident, it had better be one that is accurate and one that is not, if possible, self-indicting. And again, you may just say something without realizing how it sounds. So often, when you're talking, it'll sound one way, but when you see it in print, it'll sound a lot different. If any of you have ever done any writing, I think you found that to be the case. If you write exactly the way you are speaking, you'll find that in many instances you get a rather surprising reaction. Even you, when you read your own writing, would say, gosh, did I say that? I didn't really mean to say that. I can see where it might mean something else. And let me revise it. Well, this is the type of thing that can happen to you if you give a quick statement at the scene of an accident. Again, I'm not saying don't make a statement. It's best to make a statement if you can. But just be careful that you don't blame yourself. Be careful that you don't prematurely point the accuser's finger at yourself. And don't make the mistake of pointing the accusing finger at the other fellow either. In either case, you can be hurting yourself. To say he did it, it's his fault, he went through there, it was a stop street, that doesn't help you either. Just try to relate where you do give a statement. What happened? I was driving, I came to the intersection, I glanced to the left and to the right, I saw a vehicle which I thought was stopped, or even there you got to watch out. You can say I saw a vehicle, I proceeded to the intersection, and we collided. The rest you're going to have to leave to come out later on. If you've ever been in a situation where you've had to see people testify, or where you've had to testify, then you understand the importance of making a very careful statement. Now, make sure that you've got all the information. Make sure the other driver has your information. Make sure he knows that you are the driver. Make sure he has all of your information down. Because after all, if you don't do this, you are in violation of the law. You have done something which can be held against you too. If you say, I don't have my license handy, this is, and I've seen people act that way at an accident, or I can't find my registration, you're putting yourself into a lot of difficulty that you need not get involved in. And if you neglect to do it, again, remember, the law says that you shall do this. Both parties shall do this. Make sure to know who you are, who owns your car, and that sort of thing. And don't forget the diagram. While you're there and you see the scene, draw the diagram. Ideally, you'd have a camera and take pictures, but that's ridiculous. I don't carry a camera around. Yet one fellow, the person I took my course with in undergraduate work in driver education, told us that you should always carry a camera. I always carry a camera in the back of my car. And if an accident occurs, I'm ready. And in my case, since I teach the course, so he said, in driver education here, if I see a real interesting accident, I'll go out there and take a picture of it. Pull my camera out and run out there even though it's not my accident. Well, this makes a lot of sense from the educational standpoint. I don't like to carry cameras around with me, and I don't like to stop and take pictures of a morbid scene, even though it may be educational. But again, you can suit yourself on that. If you think this is the wise thing to do, carry a camera. If it's dark, your camera might not do you much good anyway. But try to get a picture. Get a picture for yourself on paper so that you'll know what happened. And then later on, that picture will help you to refresh your memory. You should know what street the accident occurred on. I've seen people get into an accident. You ask them, well, where were you? Oh, gosh, I don't know. What street was it? I don't know. This sort of thing. You have to know where you are. Make a notation of the streets, the approximate distance you are from the intersection, and draw a description of where the cars were. In other words, if there's a car here, you have an accident where you collided with them, then you should show the diagram of your car colliding. And if he's parked on the wrong side and you strike him that way, then you should show it in your diagram. But you should be able to show something about the scene. If there's a tree here or something, or a pole, you ought to show that too. This might help you later on. From the legal standpoint, you're required to file a report of an accident with the State Division of Motor Vehicles. In the event that there is damage, more than $200 as a result of the accident to either vehicle, or if there's any physical injury, if anybody is hurt physically, even though you think it's just a scratch, you must report it to the state on the proper form which you get from the police station. any questions at this stage? All right, Article 16 goes on to parking. It tells you where parking is not allowed. This is an interesting article. By the way, the first article on the parking, that's on page 197, Article 16, Title 39-4-135. A lot of people think it's legal to park this way. They see nothing wrong with it. From the safety standpoint, it's dangerous. If you've ever been driving and all of a sudden have headlights flash on the wrong side of the road and have that car pull out from the curb coming towards you, you'd understand what the hazard is. And yet I've seen men who are driving instructors go and let off a student by pulling over to the wrong side of the street. Here it is. The operator of a vehicle shall not stop, stand, or park the vehicle in the roadway, other than parallel with the edge of the roadway, headed in the direction of traffic on the right-hand side of the road, and with the curb side of the vehicle within 6 inches of the edge of the roadway, except as follows. And they give the exception. And then, of course, they talk about angled parking is one exception, and then the other one is where you're on a one-way street. Now, by the way, notice they do spell out that you're supposed to be parked within 6 inches of the curb. And you watch the way many people park their cars. I don't mind admitting that I don't get out afterwards and take a measure and say, well, let's see, that's 7.5 inches. I have to get close to the curb. I don't do that. I don't think you'll find policemen running around with rulers measuring distances you're parked from the curb either. However, the purpose of this is to see to it that people understand they're not supposed to park 1.5 feet away from the curb, as some of them do. And if they do, they are in violation of the law. Again, it's another one of those statutes where probably many a time you say, there ought to be a law against a guy parking like that. Well, there is. You may have said, there ought to be a law against people parking on the wrong side of the street. There ought to be a law against people parking so far out from the curb and the car in a sloppy position, Well, there is. And the law was framed just for that common sense reason, to make it safer for all of us and to make it less likely that you'd be confused as to whether you parked in the first place. The next one, parking on a highway. Here again, if you've ever observed me having trouble with a vehicle, and I've had my share of it, you find that I'm very, very touchy about leaving my car standing on a highway unattended. I don't like to walk away from a car if I'm the only person in it and say I'll be back in a little while, and, they'll understand. Because I know what the law says, and therefore I'd rather wait if I can for assistance, or if I feel that I can't wait, I would try to leave a note stating that I would be back within a certain amount of time because I'm seeking a telephone. However, on a place like the Garden State Parkway or the Turnpike, the smartest thing to do is just sit there and wait till they come and help you. But here it is, Title 39-4-136. No person shall park or leave standing a vehicle, whether attended or unattended, upon the roadway outside of a business or residence district, when it is practicable to park or leave it standing off the roadway. In other words, if your vehicle is stuck, the least you ought to do is push it off the road to the side and onto the shoulder. Now, if the car is so heavy that you can't move it as one body, that's understandable. You may be in an awkward position. You're going to have to put your flashers on. Putting the flashers on and throwing the hood up helps people coming up from behind to know what's wrong if you're not going to move the car. If you have flares and that sort of thing, you light them up, even in the daytime. In no event shall a person park or leave standing a vehicle, whether attended or unattended, upon a roadway unless a clear and unobstructed width of not less than 15 feet upon the roadway opposite the standing vehicle is left for free passage of other vehicles thereon, nor unless a clear view of the vehicle may be obtained from a distance of 200 feet in each direction upon the highway. So they're saying even if you're disabled, you'd better take certain precautions. If you don't, even though you can't because it's practical, you could find yourself in an awkward position in terms of the letter of the law, although generally they try to go more by the spirit of the law like this. And then the final phrase, I won't read the whole thing, but the final phrase is this, Any vehicle upon a roadway which is disabled to the extent that the operator cannot move it, or any unoccupied vehicle parked or standing in violation of this chapter, shall be deemed a nuisance and a menace to the safe and proper regulation of traffic. And any peace officer may provide for the removal of such vehicles. The owner shall pay the reasonable cost of removal and storage which may result from such removal before regaining possession of the vehicle. That's giving them the right basically to impound your vehicle if they have to. Here's something now, 39-4-137. One of the things that I plan to work with you on tonight when we go out on the road is the basic maneuvers. I hope to do 3-point turns with you if we can come upon the right area. And I hope to demonstrate to you the hill techniques, parking on uphills, parking on downhills. Now, this title, 39-4-137, tells you that no person having control or charge of a motor vehicle shall allow it to stand on a highway unattended without first effectively setting the brakes thereon and stopping the motor thereof, and when standing on a grade, without turning the wheels thereof to the curb or side of the highway. So this is something to keep in mind. The law tells you, you must turn your wheels to the curb when you park on a hill. It's not a question of whether you feel like it, or you wish to, or, you think you should anyway. The law says you must. And if you don't, and if your vehicle rolls, and it collides with another vehicle, you are guilty of violating the statute. You're guilty at the very least of contributory negligence, if not gross negligence, because you made no effort to do anything that you were supposed to do. Now, I'm talking about it from the standpoint of almost of a prosecuting attorney, and I don't have that type of background, frankly. But I'm talking about it from the most negative position you could find yourself in if you just left your car and attended it properly. I tend to talk about that just to let you realize that it is that important. It seems like a picky Eunice detail, a lot of these things do, but it is that important to see that your car can't roll. Then they'll tell you in Title 39-4-138, places where parking is prohibited. And then they describe to you situations where it is prohibited. And of course, they will say, except when necessary to avoid conflict with other traffic, compliance with the directions of the traffic or police officer, or traffic sign or signal, no operator of a vehicle shall stand or park the vehicle in any of the following places. Within an intersection. Now you may say, well, that makes sense. What do they tell me that for? Well, they're talking about this type of an intersection. See, a lot of people say, well, of course I wouldn't park within an intersection. I have to be out of my mind to do that. Well, then they come along and they see nothing wrong with parking here. Especially in residential areas, the guy says, well, look, I live right there, that's my house. I want to park there. There's no reason why I can't. It's not really an intersection, it is. It's a T type of intersection. And the law states you must park back 20 feet from that type of intersection. So it says within an intersection, on a crosswalk, between a safety zone and the adjacent curb, or within at least 20 feet of a point on the curb immediately opposite the end of the safety zone. What does that mean? In other words, if there happened to be a safety zone or an island out here, you couldn't park within 20 feet of this edge if you wanted to park your car here somewhere. You have to be at least 20 feet away from that edge if you're going to park. In front of a public or private driveway. Notice the way they word it, in front of a public or private driveway. And a lot of people say, well, can I park in front of my own driveway? The answer is no. The law says you can't park in front of a driveway, yours or anyone else's. And again, lots of people say, well, it's my own driveway. I've seen them fight the case and say, well, after all, my own house, my own driveway, I wasn't bothering anybody. Well, the law says you can't park in front of your own driveway. Yes.
What if you're involved in an accident such? Let's say the car comes squaring around and he hits your car, and you're parked in your own driveway. Since you're illegally parked, then you're illegally wrong.
Right. Of course, he has no right to go into your driveway.
No, I mean accidentally, but let's say, he swerved into the area of the driveway, and your car would be there.
Oh, I see what you mean. In other words, if you just happened to park, and this was your driveway here, and you happened to swerve and hit you.
Yeah.
I don't know that you'd be legally wrong, because the other fellow still isn't supposed to hit you just because you're in the wrong place. In other instances, this could make a difference. Here, it may not. I don't know. I can't talk for the way the judges will behave. You know, they frequently will rule differently. One judge might decide that you're right in that case. If somebody struck your car or you were striking somebody's car that he had no business there, he might decide that. He might reason along and say, if your vehicle weren't there in the first place, this man would have never had an accident. Well, I don't really accept that line of thought, but he could think that way, and it might just work out. Generally, I think he'd say, you were wrong for being there, and we're going to punish you, and he might impose a sentence upon you, a fine. And you say, but at the same time, this fellow doesn't have a right to run into your car anyway. Two wrongs don't make a right, and he's supposed to have his vehicle under control at all times. And so I'm going to give him a little punishment too, and he'll fine him. And might find him guilty of whatever offense he's charged with at that point. So that's your hand up around here.
I had an accident, like this park was struck. And one of the questions I was asked was how legal is the park? Had proof of that.
It could have a bearing on it. It depends on the circumstances. I'd hate to bank on a judge protecting me if I struck a parked car that was in front of a man's driveway. I really need to rely on his opinion.